thank you to be here, and today we have the opportunity to have many people that will watch these events. That is the event included in the program of the 17th seminar in Child and Adult Psychiatry. That the Foundation Child promoted in the last 20 years, that collected researchers from different parts of the world. More than 450 researchers were trained in our seminars. In this year, we have researchers from different parts, 26 countries, part of the world. And today, we try to discuss about some important issues of health. We'll discuss about many topics that are common for your clinical work, but we try to have the possibility to inform other colleagues about the new data, new result of the research that you have done. We like to introduce for the first speech 𝑰𝒏𝒕𝒆 that is a professor in Vergata, and that it was to a participant of the seminar some years ago. And Alberto is today represent to the Minister of Health, because he's chair of the Commission of Mental Health of the Minister of Health, and he will introduce the position of the Italian government in this area.
Good morning, and thank you, Professor Caffo and Professor Leventhal. I am very honored to stay here, and I speak in name of our Minister of the Health, Professor Orazio Schillaci. So I read the message. Distinguished guests, honorable colleagues, eager students and friends. It's a great honor for me to stand before you today representing the Minister of Health, Orazio Schillaci, at this extraordinary event, the 17th International Research Training Seminar in Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, dedicated to the future of mental health in youth. This seminar represented more than 2 decades of commitment by Foundation Child and its president, Professor Ernesto Caffo, to educating and training young researchers. In addition to the seminar, the Foundation has played a crucial role in shaping the future of global mental health, nurturing over 500 researchers from every corner of the world. Their contribution is a beacon of hope in researching and understanding the complex issues affecting the mental health of children and adolescents. As you know, there is the oft-repeated dictum that there is no health without mental health. From the perspective of both national and international dedication to fostering health, the mental health of children and adolescents must be one of our highest priorities. This priority not only represents a commitment to the future, but is also recognized that mental disorders are highly prevalent, representing an enormous public health challenge. It has been well established that when considering all mental disorder, 50% being before the end of the childhood, while 75% begin before the end of the adolescence. Translated into real-life experience, the prevalence of major mental disorder is quite high, even in childhood. For example, Approximately 15% of youth are experiencing mood disorder at any point in time, and a similar prevalence exists for anxiety disorder. Other common disorders include ADHD at 8% and similar rare autism spectrum disorder has a prevalence of 2.6%. To put this into a perspective, consider the prevalence of the other disorder common in childhood, for example, childhood cancer at 0.01%, childhood diabetes 0.002%, and childhood asthma 2%. In short, the prevalence and the impact of mental disorder in our youth are amongst the most prevalent and impactful disorders in childhood. And without a proper intervention, they often lead to long-term disability, which that WHO has reported leads to second highest rates of lifetime disability. These data make it clear that understanding mental health and the causes and treatments of child and adolescent mental disorder is essential if we are going to address the health of both children and adults in our community. Add to it the challenges of forced migration and war and other forms of violence, each of which adversely and disproportionately affect our youth. The condition demand that we must act now. With the foregoing in mind and recognition of our shared responsibility to our children and their families today, we come together to reflect on the crucial need to develop evidence-based, effective service and preventive intervention for child and adolescent mental disorder. To succeed at this endeavor, we seek to join you in promoting the awareness of the importance of this highly prevalent condition, as well as to support those seeking help by building a multidisciplinary network of intervention that not only includes health, but also social service, legal, educational, and other systems which play crucial roles in the development and mental health of our youth. Today we speak One Health, the slogan, but we prefer to say One Mental Health, and special One Mental Youth Health. This is the slogan that we bring in everywhere. The global issues of mental health among children and adolescents requires intervention, and our obligation to this youth demand that we increase research to create the evidence necessary to support a truly effective intervention to address not only mental disorders, but also the general health care and social needs of youth. This is necessary because the worldwide prevalence of deprivation, poverty, war, and conflicts had significant adverse impacts on health and development of children and adolescents. These global issues necessitate a comprehensive and collaborative approach in our mandate to safeguard the mental health of our youth. Evidence-based intervention are the hallmark of the efforts of the ministry. This begins with securing the general health of all youth. This includes facilitating basic health care for all children, including routine primary care visits, monitoring for nutrition, vaccination, and parental developmental guidance. Support of mental health in youth begins with screening for neurodevelopmental and mental disorder in childhood, as well as access to early mental health service. The strength of these seminars lies in its global nature, with students and professors from around the world. This creates an unparalleled opportunity for collaboration, fostering knowledge and sharing, and embracing these diverse multidisciplinary models. The Ministry stands ready and willing to shoulder its responsibility for addressing the mental health concern of children and adolescents. We embrace innovation in knowledge and methodologies, emphasizing a multidisciplinary global approach. Let this seminar be a testament to our collective commitment for advancing the mental health for the younger generation. The Ministry begs to remain attentive and responsive to the advancement in our science and that of our colleagues working hand in hand with the Foundation and all stakeholders, with the shared goal of achieving a healthier, a brighter future for our children and adolescents. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto, for your presentation. That is true. It was the Dean of University at 𝒁𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒕 that, and in this case, I think you did a wonderful job to push about mental health. Now you are we have the possibility to speak with him and to push, because mental health in general is not central in health policy. But I think this can be a good opportunity to be with you and to work with you in the next months to move in this direction. Now we have another speech from the Minister of Disability, Locatelli, that sent us a message that we can listen together. Waiting for the technical problem, I like to thank 𝐻EDRA that permit to us to have the streaming of these events for the different colleagues that will be present. For a few seconds, we have the message of Locatelli.
Egregio professor Caffo, grazie per questa opportunità di portare un saluto naturalmente a lei, a tutti gli illustri relatori, a tutti i partecipanti di questo momento di confronto, di seminario che per 6 giorni tratterà il tema della salute mentale nei bambini, negli adolescenti, nei minori, ma anche il tema cruciale oggi della crisi, dei momenti difficili che stiamo vivendo dal punto di vista sociale, economico, civile, con naturalmente gli aspetti che riguardano la violenza, ma anche le guerre che sono alle porte del nostro paese. Quindi davvero un ringraziamento per questo focus così delicato e così importante, che sono sicura lascerà una traccia da parte di tutti voi, con un report che mi piacerebbe ovviamente ricevere, anche perché credo che lavorare insieme su tutti questi temi sia fondamentale. Quindi la vostra competenza, la vostra professionalità al servizio naturalmente dei bambini, dei più piccoli, ma anche la vostra capacità di leggere il percorso di crescita dei bambini in un contesto così difficile oggi è fondamentale anche dal mio punto di vista, perché poi ovviamente tanti aspetti che riguardano la disabilità, la fragilità, le difficoltà delle stesse famiglie sono naturalmente intrecciati. Quindi io vi auguro un buon lavoro e spero di potervi incontrare presto. Grazie davvero di cuore a tutti.
We have to thank Mr. Fratelli about this message. One important issue that we have in Italy now is that Italy is the lead at the G7. In this case, we have two important meetings. One organized by the Ministry of Health, the organization of disability, and one part will be to connect with child mental health. This is, I think, a good opportunity to have the big countries involved, means the States, Canada, Germany, France, UK, Japan, connect with this policy. I think this can be a good opportunity to have a role in this. Now we have a message for the former Minister of Health, 𝑰𝒏𝒕𝒆𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍 that will make some remarks.
Buongiorno a tutti, saluto veramente affettuosamente gli organizzatori di questo importante evento, saluto Telefono Azzurro, saluto Ernesto Caffo, sono spiacente di non poter essere con voi ad ascoltare le relazioni di grandissimo interesse, ma purtroppo l'agenda del Senato della Repubblica Italiana oggi è molto, diciamo, impegnativa e quindi non potrò assentarmi. Sarebbe stata un'ottima occasione per avere un confronto reale e soprattutto tempestivo con esperienze internazionali e fare un po' lo stato dell'arte sulla situazione del mental health dopo il Covid. Sono sicura che potrò accedere agli atti di questo convegno e quindi avrò modo anche di approfondire. Vorrei invece lasciare un messaggio a questa platea. Le sfide che noi stiamo vivendo sul tema della salute globale dopo il Covid sono più grandi di quelle che ci saremmo aspettate. Sicuramente la necessità di riorganizzare i nostri sistemi sanitari e renderli resilienti non solo a nuovi virus, ma anche a un'aspettativa, a un bisogno di salute che è aumentato e che aumenterà nei prossimi anni. Nuove crisi si interfacciano, da una parte le guerre, le crisi geopolitiche, dall'altra parte i cambiamenti climatici che incideranno con trasformazioni potenti nella nostra realtà quotidiana. Dall'altro abbiamo sfide che già stiamo affrontando e vivendo forse in un modo non governato, come l'impatto della digitalizzazione, dell'intelligenza artificiale, dei social network nelle nostre vite, nella nostra quotidianità. E in tutti questi ragionamenti spesso non si parla abbastanza di quello che accade al nostro cervello, al nostro benessere psicofisico e ai grandi temi legati alla salute mentale della popolazione. Questo era un goal, rimane un goal che ancora deve essere, diciamo, raggiunto dall'Organizzazione Mondiale della Salute, e per quanto riguarda l'Italia e l'Europa io credo che ci sia veramente la necessità che il tema della salute mentale della nostra popolazione sia uno degli elementi top agenda dell'azione politica internazionale e italiana. E così come si è fatto sul cancro, in cui c'è stata una vera e propria azione europea per potenziare la ricerca e la presa in carico del paziente, così dovremmo fare su prevenzione, presa in carico e poi anche, diciamo, una non medicalizzazione, ma un'attenzione particolare al benessere psicologico e mentale della nostra popolazione. Sarei stata molto interessata di confrontarmi con voi sui dati dei giovani e degli adolescenti e sui dati legati alle dipendenze vecchie e nuove, perché credo che siano sfide che non sono all'attenzione come dovrebbero nell'agenda politica e nell'agenda economica del Paese. Convegni come il vostro aiutano noi decisori ad avere elementi per prendere decisioni in modo più conforme e compliance ai veri bisogni e necessità sia dei pazienti sia degli operatori sanitari.
Egregio professor
Eletto, thank you, former Minister 𝑰𝒏𝒕𝒆𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍 remark. Now I ask to to my colleague Francesco Pisani to speak in place of Rector Polimeni from the La Sapienza of Rome, that is partner of
Thank you, Professor Caffo. On behalf of the Dean of Sapienza, University of Rome, that couldn't come for urgent commitments, it's a great pleasure to welcome you here in Rome. On the occasion of the 17th seminars on mental health of our children and adolescents, for those who don't know, Sapienza was built in the 13th century, and is with is 100,000 and 20,000 students, is the biggest university in Rome, in Europe. The seminar places us a solemn responsibility because we are talking about a hot topic, and the epidemiology said that is an important moment in the history of the world about the mental health of our young people. And also because we are teaching to young students and young research students who will be the future of our academic institution. So the education in this field is sorely needed, and here is something that must also touch our consciences. So on behalf of the Dean of Sapienza University, that must cherish wish of good work to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco. Now, Antonio Persico, in the name of the University of Modena Reggio Emilia, that is my university.
Thank you. On behalf of the Dean of the University of Modena Reggio Emilia, I'm here to welcome you and to bring you his greetings. University of Modena and Reggio Emilia has always been following very carefully the issues of childhood and adolescent mental health, of childhood abuse, and this has been largely the merit of Ernesto Caffo, who has been a long-standing faculty member in our university. But it's also been because at the local level, township of Modena, the region of Emilia-Romagna, have always had it very clear that today's children and adolescents are the society of tomorrow. So by taking care of children and adolescents today, we're really nurturing tomorrow's society. And for this, there is a need now more than ever, because contrary to what I would have hoped in my younger days, as our forefathers would have said in this city, mala tempora currunt. It's not an easy time. There is wars that we were not considering before as even thinkable. There is violence and there is exploitation happening in this world. And wherever there is wars, violence and exploitation, then children and adolescents are always going to be the first ones to be the victims of violence and exploitation. So on behalf of the Dean, he and I want to congratulate the organizers once again for this wonderful meeting, and we definitely look forward to its proceedings. Thank you.
I like to call Bennett in the name of the World Psychiatric Association, and that is another partner of this event from a long time, and Bennett was the president for many years of the 𝑃𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒕.
So the World Psychiatric Association section on child and adolescent psychiatry has long been a sponsor of this seminar for a variety of reasons. Number one, it's very important for us as representing the world psychiatric community to make sure that educational opportunities are available for our junior colleagues throughout the world, particularly in places where they may not have senior child psychiatrists or even training programs. And secondly, the concern of children's mental health around the world is a pressing issue for us at the World Psychiatric Association, particularly in child and adolescent psychiatry. For a long time, child and adolescent psychiatry was underrepresented or didn't count at the WPA. The section was small and not very active. More importantly, rest of the organization didn't think it was that important. We have made substantial changes in that in the last 10 years, and it's now one of the largest, most active sections, and one which invites all of you to participate. So if you contact us, you can actually join the section and be part of a communication program and training programs like this around the world. So we're thrilled to be a partner in this process and look forward to continuing to support programs like this in collaboration with our colleagues here in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you, Bennett. Now, this morning will be chaired by Jim Lekman. I like only to do a short introduction, but please.
So hopefully everybody can hear me now. So it's a great pleasure and honor to be here this morning. And thank you all for joining us. And I really do think that it's time for us to give a standing ovation to Ernesto Caffo and his team. It's really quite remarkable what they've been able to achieve. And of course, dear Bennett Leventhal, in terms of his organizational capacities and other things, have really made this event a possibility. So I'd like to have us all stand up and give us applause.
Thank you, but I think it's important what we are doing now, because this experience of that we started many years ago with Bennett was for me a special opportunity to learn from each other, because the faculty that we had in those years was so special, to share ideas, to learn from each other. And in particular, to learn from the young resident that are changing the last 20 years. And I think that it's very important to see how child psychiatry can do and what is our role. Because personally, I am a child psychiatrist that decided to invest a part of my life in to advocate for children, for children's rights. It's the reason when I had the chair in child psychiatry in Modena to start one organization that is Telefono Azzurro, that is a helpline for children. And for me, it was an opportunity to transform my knowledge in something that can be concrete to protect children. Work still, we are active 24 hours a day in Italy, and we start project many parts of the world. But it was for me the opportunity to learn more about children's rights and what we can do as a mental health professionals. And one important thing that I like to say is that we have now put mental health at the center of the policy of the different government. This is the reason that for this it is very important to have the support of the mental health, the WHO, of European Union, of different international organizations as UNICEF and others, because mental health starts to be a crucial issue in which people start to discuss about. And I think we have to face the problem before the problem become emergency. For example, the suicide issue is a very important issue around in the world, and we have to explain that is one part of the problem. We have only to see what is behind in the case of suicide, to see that we have to intervene very early in all the anxiety and the mood disorder. We have to speak more about science. We have to speak more about in our faculty about all the different situation of disabilities and mental health problems. And I think in this moment we have many groups that work in this field. And for example, two in Italy, the fact that Alberto chair a group in mental health is a big success. And because in this case, mental health is not marginalized, it's at center point in the policy of the government and in the budget of the government. But we have to work in the different international organizations. These are the data that we presented to yesterday. We have 1 million of adolescents that have mental health problems, and many of the problems arrive after in the school, arrive in the justice system, social service. We have to think that our role is to work together with the other professions. Is a multi-professional approach has to be central for all the mental health activities. As I say before, I started the helpline 37 years ago, and the helpline exists in many parts of the world. For now, and more, an open opportunity for children and adolescents to speak and to ask for help. And more, the problem that we collect or connect with. For that reason, it's very important to work in this area, to see how we can listen to children in a better way. Now we have many digital solutions that can permit to us to speak with children at an early age. And this can permit to us to face the problem that they have. Sometimes they are not able to speak with the parents, sometimes they are not able to speak to the teacher, but they can speak with different systems that can support them. The quality has to improve, but I think that in the last year, the network, 𝑃𝒂𝒏𝒄 International, it will know the network, the quality is quite very important, is quite good. One other issue that we have to face is the fact that the children and adolescents have to be part of the process. We have to speak about mental health in the school. We have to find children opportunity to find new idea how to care their needs, how we can listen to their difficulties. And promote mental health means that we have to speak with them. And we had in Italy one important meeting in important governative agency that collect all the big institutions with the children and adolescents to speak about their needs of mental health. And it was so important to see how the children and adolescents were absolutely aware about the problem. And they ask new resource and new service for them. This is very important in any country, because children are now aware about the problems and they can ask the right solution for their needs. We have to think that the children and adolescents have to be at the center of our policy. We have to see how the children can play the society in the right way, and they can have do the right respected. Child dignity has to be centered in our activities. And I think this is one issue that we have to promote in our work every day. One important, we have to listen to children and to find for them the right solution. This need to utilizing the new technology system. And this, I think, is the big challenge in the next future. In our recent year, we decided to shift from the telephone line to the digital solution for children to speak with them. And we speak with them through the system of the different platforms. Meta, with Google, with Discord, with the Play platform. And we try to find, with the company, solution that give to them, the children and adolescents, the possibility to ask for help. But in any case, we have to know that the digital solution that the children utilize change their cognitive, social, and emotional knowledge and competence. And I think it's very important to see how we can include the digital solution in our mental health professions. And this is one important opportunity. We have now new training activities in mental health and digital solution. In many ways, Alberto knows this, because we start discussing our Congress in Psychiatry some years ago, I say more than 10 years ago, about how we can do telemedicine, how we can promote new solution in digital world for mental health. But I think we have to do more, because digital solutions are more and more important. In particular, we have this, we will speak in the next day about artificial intelligence and mental health. This is another important aspect, because we have a chatbot and other virtual solution that can be crucial for our. And in any case, many adolescents and children utilize artificial intelligence to ask for help, and we have to see how is the quality of the service, what we can do to improve these activities, and we have many interesting projects around that can be utilized. And for this reason, we have to think about the fact that we have a lot of needs, and artificial intelligence and other digital solutions can facilitate accessibility, confidentiality, and they can reduce the stigma to ask for help. And this can be too very important for adults to support them in the care of their children. This can be utilized in the school to promote mental health to the teacher that are sometimes the most important person around the child in difficulties. And this, I think, is an important issue that we have to face. I think we have to consider the fact that to advocate for child mental health, we have to have a better service in the area. We need more resources for the different agencies. We have to have a more integration between all the disciplines that work in mental health. I think we have to work with adult psychiatrists, with psychologists, with other professions together. And we have to transform our knowledge, concrete action, and starting very early in our intervention. We have to work more and more with small children, as Jim knows. Early intervention is crucial, and we speak about this afternoon. And after, we have to promote well-being, mental health in a global approach. We have to think about about all the children around the world. For the reason, I think it's very important to see how the trauma children can change their life. It's the reason that today we have this afternoon this meeting about children in war, because we like to know how our profession can change the perspective of life of many children that are victims of war, because we have some knowledge that can be effective for the politician and for the health service, because we have to demonstrate that the trauma of war can change not only the physical world, but to the mental world of the children. And I think this is what I think we have to take care into the next days.
Well, I think we're probably going to proceed with the rest of today's sessions, and it's a great honor and privilege to be asked to chair the sessions. But there are a number of them that we're going to be. You can't hear me? Is that any better? No. Well, it's on. So it's a real pleasure and honor to be here, to be part of the team, and it's really quite amazing the work and the visionary efforts that have been in place, and it's really quite moving to hear the presentations that we just did, really. And there is so much more to do in this world of ours. And fortunately, we have the youth that are going to be making a difference around the globe right here with us today. So thank you for being here, and I've been asked to chair this next session, and we're going to go through a number of conditions and disorders before we get to the end of the presentations. But there's so much more to do in this world of ours. And when you think about what the realities are, whether we're thinking about Ukraine, whether we're thinking about Israel and Palestine, but there are so many other places in the world where so much more needs to be done for the well-being of children. And let's do it one day at a time, and let's do our best, and let's continue to work together. So with that, I'd like to introduce Professor Alan Apter, and he might come up to the and it looks like we also are going to have Margaret Kala Singh, who we heard from yesterday, and the two of them are going to be making presentations with regard to depression and suicide. And if we can keep your presentations to 15 minutes or a little bit longer, because we have a few minutes to spare, that would, and it looks like Alan is not going first, but Margaret Kala Singh is going to be going first. So we'll be anxious to hear. And thank you both.
Dear friends, thank you so very much for the opportunity. My name is Manpreet Singh. I'm a professor of psychiatry and behavioral science at the University of California, Davis. It is indeed a privilege to join Drs. Kafo, Leventhal, and our colleagues, and most significantly, our most intuitive, bright, next generation of scientists who are passionate about advancing understanding and treatment of mental illnesses in children and adolescents. You know, the world is changing quite rapidly. 30 years ago, we couldn't believe that a child could be sad, let alone having such despair as to want to end their lives. And that contemplation, of course, has come a long way in our efforts to destigmatize mental illness. And we've been able to understand risk factors in a way where we can predict and possibly even prevent the progression of these serious conditions in youth. But at the same time, we have much work to do. And yesterday, we presented a case to the students a case of a child by the name of Blue that we're going to show you. In any case, it was a 9-year-old with serious symptoms of depression. And the child is a prototypical child that many of us see in our practice, and is sad, feels bored, has things that he was doing that were previously fun, has outbursts. Most days he feels like a robot, even when he goes to see a psychotherapist, and goes through the motions of psychotherapy to the point where it becomes completely ineffective. And then one day he wakes up becoming acutely energetic, cheerful, not his normal self, reports racing thoughts, a decreased need for sleep, and hallucinations telling him to kill himself. This could have been stimulated or triggered by exposure to a medication, something that was really intended to help his depression, or it could have been because of a family history, or it could have been because of a trigger, an interpersonal reaction to a conflict with a peer, or any other number of adversities that he may have experienced. But when you look to the literature for evidence-based treatments on how to address his symptoms, we still have very few evidence-based approaches to help these children, in part because we've excluded kids who are acutely suicidal from our clinical trials, from our research studies. So how then are we supposed to treat them if we don't have a formal way of studying them? Well, the study of suicide in youth has now become, and suicide in general has become, a society of its own, a scientific specialty, if you will, that has its own significance and importance. I'm going to now turn it over to my colleague, Professor Apter, who's going to share an extraordinary body of work that will illustrate to you not just the breadth of the science that can be done, the possibilities of studying suicide in youth, but then also provide with a hopeful blueprint for the next generation of studies that you all will be engaged with, so that we can make more important impacts in this critical area of unmet need for our youth today. So without further ado, Dr. Apter.
Push this button going. This one.
Okay, so it's going to be a bit challenging. It's the first time I've done this joint presentation method, but hopefully with such a good collaborator as Manfred, this is a slide that I stole from David Schaffer, who was the main person in suicide in this group until his unfortunate passing away last year. And I think that he really made a big change in epidemiology of suicide, because epidemiology is often regarded as a kind of a dull subject, sort of like head counting. But he really put the emphasis on that suicide epidemiology is very dramatic and very interesting. And you can see in this slide, which looks at suicide deaths in young people over the last century, these huge differences. And you can see how, say, war brings about decreases in suicide. But the last century showed fantastic 300% to 400% increase in suicide in young males, which then, and about the 80s, there started to be a drop. Coincidentally, maybe with the introduction of Prozac for adolescent depression, but maybe not. And since then, in most Western countries, there's been a steady decrease. Not everywhere, and for instance, in the United States, you can see differences between states, the Midwest, where there's been an increase, and on the Eastern Seaboard, when there's been a decrease. And it's interesting to think about regulation of medications, which might be the difference between these different trajectories. So this is a method of studying suicide, which I started my career with another person who was very instrumental for my career and for Jim's career, Donald Cohen. And we did what was called post-mortem autopsies on suicidal, on adolescents who died. And this method of research, which is something that I can recommend to people who come from countries where there's not much research in suicide. It's really going like a detective, which was, I saw in the New York Times in David's obituary, he was called a medical detective, who looked at suicide deaths in young people and brought about great insights into a topic which was often regarded as taboo, which 𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒕 referred to. So this, for instance, comes from an investigation of a young person who eventually killed himself, showing how loneliness and lack of connection can be a precursor to suicide. And this, especially in males, who find it more difficult in many Western countries and in some Eastern countries as well, to ask for help. And so encouraging youngsters, especially males, Western countries, to ask for help, this lends itself to suggestions for suicide prevention. Then what's interesting is there's been this decrease, again, confined to certain countries in the Western world. And why is this decrease? We don't know. There's this ecological fallacy, which you get these changes in epidemiology, which we don't know why that's happening. But certainly this decrease is something that's also interesting to look at. Again, in young males, but who are more susceptible to suicide than females. But the important change looking at different causes of suicide is the realization that most suicides occur in the developing countries. So this is a slide taken from Christina Hoven, also from Colombia, very much alive, who is a real leader in going to places where they need studies. And the post-mortem autopsies are something that I think for a lot of you who come from countries where suicide is not really understood, this is a really good methodology. It's been well worked out. You can, I think about it as a mode for countries like, as I said, in Guyana, which is the poorest country in the world, although it's going to change now with the discovery of diamonds and gold. Again, post-mortem autopsies, which is it's a small country, so we can do a post-mortem autopsy on every kind of suicide in a young person. This is a new method, or a new methodology, which hopefully will give us more insights and something for you to think about that you could also take part in, especially if your countries don't have a real in-depth knowledge of your local suicide risk factors. This slide shows as an interesting thing to think about. This is attempted suicide. And what you can see is that attempted suicide epidemiology is very different from the epidemiology of suicide. So suicide in young people is males, and non-fatal suicide is females in Western countries. Again, this slides needs to be looked again in different countries. But everybody knows that in Western countries, and I keep on saying Western countries because it's important to understand, these are very much culturally determined epidemiological facts. Girls attempt suicide, boys commit suicide. But that's not true in Asia, it's not true in Guyana, it's not true in many countries. Something that needs to be really investigated. Why? In India, women commit suicide more than men. And so that's something that people like you could take a lead in investigating. So this is an interesting slide for, maybe hard for you to understand at first glance. But if you look at what's happened to, this is an Israeli study in our hospital. If you look at fatal suicide, as I said, they've been dropping. Again, an interesting fact, why should Israel have less suicides than it used to have? Why is this, why are these numbers dropping? But if you look at what I call the suicide spectrum, which is really an interesting feature of clinical practice for many child and adolescent psychiatrists. We don't see many patients who actually kill themselves. On the other hand, we've had this huge increase in adolescents and children coming to the emergency room for what we call STB, suicidal thoughts and behaviors, or non-fatal suicide events. And this increase has really clogged up the system, that we don't have time to spend time doing more in-depth treatments for other kids. And one of the big problems that we face now as child and adolescent psychiatrists is how to deal with the suicide spectrum. Who are the cases that really need help? Who are the cases that we should spend time on? So a lot of thinking that we've been doing over the last few years is how to deal with this clogging of the emergency room and the outpatient systems. And again, coming back to David Chaffel, this is another slide of his that was very inspiring to me, and I think food for thought. And what you can see, this is in New York from studies of how much suicide can you prevent if you confine your prevention efforts to the emergency room, where most of these kids come to. And if you look at males, for instance, adolescents, see that you have to see about 400 non-suicidal patients who present to the emergency room in order to prevent one suicide. If you're looking at girls, it's nearly 4,000 cases of non-fatal suicides that you have to see in order to prevent one suicide. The take-home lesson from this is that the emergency room is not a good place to do suicide prevention. And if we have time, I'll come back to this later, but that's an important stuff. So again, this is just to remind you that although we all know that females attempt suicide, but males actually kill themselves, that's not true for many conditions in many places in the world, especially in Asia, China, for eating disorders. So, although again, so there's something that also we have to think about. So why is suicidality in teens so important if the situation is improving, again, in the Western world? Because, of course, it's a leading cause of death. I don't have to persuade you of that. But also suicide attempts and suicidal thoughts mean that something is not going right. And it's a good place to intervene. And that's why suicide and depression are so important for child and adolescent psychiatry. One way of trying to see which each suicidal behaviors are important is looking at fatality. How fatal are they? How serious are the attempts? And there's been a lot of interest in trying to look at serious suicide attempts versus non-serious suicide attempts. It's again something that in your countries, if you're looking at local suicide behaviors, trying to separate out by seriousness. So what the conventional way is, if the adolescent after a suicide attempt spends at least 48 hours in intensive care versus those who just present at the emergency room. This might be a good way of trying to separate out these two different kinds of presentations. And in fact, the serious suicide attempts more closely resemble actual suicides in some of the epidemiological and biological findings. Okay, so one thing that we've looked at is the two pathways to suicidal behavior. So this is one study that we did looking at longitudinal, that's longitudinal, so it's only over a year. It's done by someone that I work with, 𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍. And we tried to look at interpersonal aspects of suicide in the school-based study. And what we developed was this two-pathway model, which I'll present to you for those of you who might be interested in studying it. It's the classical model. There are interpersonal problems, which leads to internalizing disorders such as depression and suicide, and then suicidal ideation, and then a suicide attempt. This is a really good way of thinking about those adolescents with whom intervention is usually some kind of interpersonal psychotherapy. And that's the method that we've developed in our hospital, which is one way of looking, using interpersonal therapy. Another important feature of suicidal behavior, which many of you may be exposed to in your work, are where these are younger kids. Usually they have a lot of conduct disorders, oppositional disorders, ADHD. And social psychologist called Jesser put forward this theory that many problems, such as antisocial behavior, which he called unconventionality, which you see often in adolescents who don't practice safe sex or use drugs or get involved in criminal behavior. That's a different kind of suicidal pathway. So it's just a pictorial representation of the different kinds of behaviors that can lead to this different form of suicide, this different path, which we've characterized in this way: externalizing disorders, impulsivity. The HRB is health risk behaviors, all those behaviors that are serious risk. NSSI, non-suicidal self-injury, and then the suicide attempt. This pathway needs a different intervention. And the one that we've just goes, is this called, it's a method of dealing with this different, intervening in this pathway based on the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi, nonviolent resistance, which teaches parents to deal with these oppositional ADHD behaviors in a way which actually also reduces suicidal and depressed behavior, something that we found very useful in our clinic. And we've published this in the European Journal of Child Psychiatry. We now just finished replication study with also very positive results. So I can, something to think about, how we treat children or pre-adolescents who are suicidal. It's a different topic, almost, from adolescence. Okay, the other thing that's of course important is the biological and pharmacological treatments. This is a very famous study called the TADS, showing that for depression, fluoxetine Prozac is a good treatment, but that it does increase suicide-like behaviors. And again, this is something that that's been very prominent in the literature. If you give Prozac to a child or an adolescent, do you increase their risk of suicidal behaviors? But on the other hand, you increase, you treat their depression. So you have this trade-off. Probably the scare, the black box warning was a scare which was unnecessary, but and you should still treat depression with SSRIs. But you have to take into account that many of the SSRIs cause activation and self-injurious behaviors. That's another trade-off, a very interesting thing that's worth looking at in terms of people who are looking for search questions for their careers. So this is the SSRI-induced activation, which is really interesting. It's interesting from a clinical point of view. It's interesting from thinking about suicide prevention and how do we understand this. Again, I think that Manpreet has some experience with this, and maybe. And this is my own study that showed that using paroxetine, this was a study done with drug companies that showed that although paroxetine is a good treatment for depression, it really increases suicide-like behaviors in children, such as cutting and attempted suicide. Interestingly enough, these medications seem to work around biological markers of immunity. So that if you look at the relationship between immune reactions and suicidality induced by drugs, so that in some of the markers there are remarkable opportunities for trying to understand how these drugs work. And the suicide is perhaps inflammatory disease, which may provide some really interesting clues about suicide-like behaviors and the effects of SSRIs. Again, just giving you tips on where to put your money, your careers, try and develop new ideas for looking at. Okay. The other important thing that I want to talk about is follow-up. And we know now that if I take this whole audience, I can probably predict who's more likely to kill themselves on a statistical basis. But the important problem for most clinicians is what we do to define what's an imminent suicide risk. It's not who's going to kill themselves from this audience in the next 60 years. When I'm in the emergency room, who can I send back home and who do I have to admit? And there's been important work in, we call ecological momentary assessment, in following children and adolescents moment by moment. And this I learned in my career. I'm still, as you can see, quite advanced in age, but I still do emergency room call. And very often I'm called from home to see an emergency suicidal adolescent. And by the time I get to the emergency room, I get dressed and get into the car and come to the emergency room. And I come there, the adolescent girl says, "What are you coming here for? Everything's okay." Everybody's in a panic. It's quite unnecessary. So suicide is like, behaviors are often like asthma. It's something that comes in attacks. And the statistical predictions are very often not so important for clinicians working in the emergency room, like most of us are. And these EMA using things that are looking minute to minute, day to day, are much more useful than statistical predictions such as okay, so this is things that we are looking at. Digital monitoring. We have, as I said, a huge increase in presentations at the emergency room for suicide-like behaviors, children and adolescents. How do we follow up all these children? We're already overloaded, we have too much work to do. One thing that's proven quite interesting is doing digital following or digital monitoring. So, as you know, most adolescents and children love smartphones. And I'm going to get perhaps into trouble with some of the developmental people here. But one thing we found is that most adolescents, amazing percentage, about 80 to 90% of adolescents, are quite happy to put in an app into the smartphone which monitors suicidal like behaviors, which can either be passive or active. By passive, I mean how much activity, how much they use their phones, how much they sleep at night. This may be a very good way of predicting actual suicidal crises. And it's something that we're very invested. And because these phones are so worldwide, most adolescents and children, even in countries like Guyana, which they told me is the poorest country in the world, most of the kids seem to have smartphones. So this might be one way that we could save manpower and do digital monitoring. And it's something, again, since most of you are much more digitally literate than I am, that I think that's something that's really worth developing. And this is just one case that you can see. This is a girl who was we were following, and then these are just different patterns of passive signs. We didn't ask her anything. We were just following her on her phone, and then we saw this gap. Suddenly she stopped using her phone. When we called the parents to see what was going on, it was indeed a crisis. And then we could hospitalize this kid for a couple of days and then go back to monitoring her digitally. So looking in terms of imminent suicide risk, this is one, again, I think for most of you who are probably quite digitally literate, it's something that's really interesting. And again, when we first proposed this, people said they'll never use it. None of the adolescents, none of the families were like this, but we hardly had any refusals. And parents and children love this. Okay. One thing that you might give time. Okay. But I think step care is something that, again, is worth looking at in many places, including Israel, where we don't have enough qualified people to treat these children. By step care, I mean using less qualified people to look at or to treat adolescents who are suicidal and depressed with low-intensity psychological treatments, which is something that we've been looking at quite a lot. And then if after a month or 2 months, you see that this low intensity treatment is not working, then stepping up to high intensity. And this is something that another direction that I think might be useful in countries where you don't have enough staff to manage these suicidal suicide thought and behavior epidemics. Okay. These are just some of the. Just one last study that I'd like to mention is the 𝐶𝐬𝒐 project, because people ask me about it. It's the Saving Young Lives in Europe. Looked at different methods of suicide prevention. So, since suicide is very common and you wait in the clinic to see these patients, it's going to be difficult to really do a good prevention project. The obvious place to do prevention is schools. I don't think I need to defend that. So the 𝐶𝐬𝒐 project, which was done a couple of years ago, looked at 4 different methods of suicide prevention in young people. One is gatekeeper training. That is looking at trying to teach teachers to recognize who were the vulnerable adolescents and then refer them if necessary. They thought that there was a problem. The other one that used was professional screening, in other words, through questionnaires. And then when the questionnaire, a suicide questionnaire or depression questionnaire, reached a threshold, then to refer. And then a control group with minimal intervention. And the group that was most impressive in its ability to recognize and prevent suicide were class discussions. And these were much better than the other method, because recognizing, using a gatekeeper to recognize somebody and then referring them for treatment. In these cases, it's very difficult to persuade adolescents and parents to refer to our mental health professionals. So the awareness program with self-referral was very successful. And just to show you that the results of the youth awareness of mental health, that program is called, reduced the incidence of suicide attempts, suicide thoughts, incidence of depression. It didn't have an influence on the prevalence of depression. It's not a treatment for depression, but it prevents new cases of depression, something that, of course, we're very interested in. And this young youth awareness of mental health is something that, again, for those of you who come from countries where you don't have these kind of programs, also something that's worth looking at. And this program is quite effective. It's as effective as bullying prevention programs. Again, it's just trying to show you some topics that we can, that you could think about developing in your country. So this is my very shallow oversight, but I'm thinking of myself as a stockbroker. I'm giving you advice on in which stocks to invest. And you can choose which ones you think are best. It really depends on the local conditions. I'll turn over to Manfred.
So Professor Apter has left no stone unturned, but there are still some things for us to reveal in this story of Blue, and we can ask ourselves, what happens to Blue next? And I'm just going to spend a few minutes, hopefully humbly trying to capitulate some of the takeaways that Professor Apter has given to you, a menu of options of how to study youth with or at risk for depression and suicide. If Blue were in India, perhaps the stakes would be different. if blue were in China or in South America. And so he highlighted the importance of us studying these phenomena in different countries. We've made some progress, but we have to admit that these conditions and these phenomena present differently. There's a cultural context that we have to understand, but also that, that the levels of stigma vary across cultures. So even if we've made some progress in certain parts of the world, we cannot necessarily assume that we will be able to adapt those same methodologies in other countries. It also brings about an important point we were discussing yesterday about classification, right? Suicidal ideation is different from a suicide attempt. And the ways that we understand how kids are describing their depressive symptoms, the distress they're experiencing, the imminence of them, the setting in which they present, have an incredible impact on what we do next. And if we don't have the ability to accurately predict these phenomena, we can't prevent them. So we have some more work to do in terms of signal detection. And then he talked about methodologies, a whole host of methodologies that can be implemented while youth are still alive, but even also, and even preconception, all the way until after the unfortunate potential passing of a child due to suicide. And we share, Alan and I actually share a common admiration of David Schaffer, who dedicated his life to the study of suicide in youth and gave our field a number of very critical contributions on the possibilities. It's expanded our imaginations really on how to study these conditions and the importance of studying them and not allowing us to simply exclude these kids from our studies because it's too hard or it's too risky. Treatment. He gave us some very important clues on how to design the next generation of clinical studies, research interventions that we can test to more effectively reach youth earlier, faster, to prevent the progression of depressive symptoms and suicide. And the sad part is that kids are presenting more frequently with suicidal thoughts in our homes, in our schools, in our communities, and we don't have enough people to respond to that. Quick anecdote, while I was a professor at Stanford, probably in 2015 or so, we experienced a suicide cluster in our schools where youth were unfortunately just showing a pattern of falling in front of a train and dying by suicide. This cluster was examined even by the Centers for Disease Control with psychological autopsies to understand what the risk factors were. And of course, there were many. But then we were scratching our heads as a community as to whether we should be doing something more, like universal screening. And of course, if we put in a screener in every single school in the Bay Area, we would have found that many youth would have come to our hospitals and clinics in distress and presenting with these symptoms. And we would not have enough clinicians to meet that need. I don't know that that problem has been solved yet. And in fact, it hasn't. There aren't enough child and adolescent psychiatrists in the world, let alone researchers. So how do we make our impact? And to our next generation, I think that one of the key important strategies to increase your impact, whether we're being stockbrokers or something else, Alan, is to empower you to feel that you can make a more impact, a more global impact with your work using science and scientific methodologies. Alan also described a very important point, that suicide doesn't present just in the emergency room. It presents everywhere, and sometimes we miss it because, it's not uncommon for youth to present to us and feel better just automatically. We come to our doctors with anticipation and hope that we can get better, and even the act of doing that can lead us to just feel better. It's not necessarily the case that we've done anything except providing a caring, listening ear, compassion, understanding. That has power in and of itself, and we need to study that. We need to understand what are the factors that contribute to our interventions. But it also should give you all hope that we have tools at hand to treat youth with depression and suicide. We can actually make a difference. That's not the end of Blue's story to do his psychological autopsy, but that we have the opportunity to intervene early and prevent that outcome from ever even being realized. We also have a wonderful therapeutic horizon. New medications, new therapies are being developed every day, and we have an opportunity now not just to develop them, but to disseminate them. And Dr. Apter's point that we need to provide tools in the hands of youth in the ways that they would ecologically use them is critical. At the end of the day, we have to work together to build a movement, really to build cooperation and reduce coercion, to work together to destigmatize depression and suicide, and change our cultural and policy responses to these very important conditions. And we have many tools at hand, but I hope Alan and I have both convinced you how important it is for us to continue to iterate towards better, healthier, and happier societies. Thank you so very much for your attention.
Well, it's really quite impressive, the work that you've done, Alan, and the vision that you have for the future. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we do have time for some questions, and I guess I'm interested not only in what direct questions you have for our presenters, but also what are your thoughts about the setting that you're in terms of how we can best move forward. We need to learn from you in terms of what some of the opportunities would be in settings where you are currently actively involved. We do have time, so I'd be very interested in having people express themselves or asking questions of our amazing presenters. My goodness, the amount of work that's been done, Alan, I am just extraordinarily impressed again and again. And I've been there with you in Israel as well, and it's just impressive.
I wanted to mention a school-based mental health program that we have in our health network in Pittsburgh. It's called the Chill Project, and we are in 40 schools in southwestern Pennsylvania, where there's a classroom in each school called the Chill Room, and it's set up in a very calming atmosphere where kids who are in distress are able to come to that room. There are counselors available on hand to talk with the kids about whatever might be going on. And as part of that Chill Project, kids are learning to engage in mindfulness strategies when they're feeling upset. And over the course of the last 5 years that the Chill Project has been ongoing, we've served nearly 1,000 children in southwestern PA.
So we have a number of experts in the room, and I'm sure that they would all be willing to hear from you directly after you're back in your home country. But I'm really curious about any thoughts other people have and sort of your own impressions about directions to head with regard to your own. Yes, Shafiq.
Well, this is a question to Alan. I know that you have studied suicide among different communities in Israel, including the Arab-Palestinian community. And in these communities who are non-Western, the reporting of suicide is not usually accurate because of cultural considerations. And I believe that it's true regarding many other non-Western communities. So this makes the data that we have not accurate because these cases are reported as natural death, while it's not. And I'm coming from this community, the Palestinian Israeli, and I know that no family would report it as a suicide.
Well, that's a really important question in all cultures where people don't like to admit to suicide. Just in the interest of equality, the religious Jewish Orthodox, they also you can't do suicide research among those communities either. So there's underreporting of suicide, but I think what's very common, both especially in the Arab communities, is non-fatal suicide. I think this is something like cutting or self-harm. That's a real need in the Arab communities to look at those non-suicidal self-injuries. In fact, David was part of a group that was led by 𝑰𝒏𝒕𝒆𝒏𝒂𝒕 to introduce non-suicidal self-injury into the DSM. Francisco talked about. There's this chapter 3, which has a lot of casualties of my own, where I try to get a new entity into the DSM, and it was pushed into chapter 3, which is a prodrome NSSI, now suicidal crisis syndrome. So I think the main problem in the Arab communities and in many communities that have problems with having not enough power to right wrongs, they often use suicidal attempts as a way of, or at least self-harm, as a means of releasing frustration. And I think that's one of the mechanisms that we could see in this.
So I guess we could also turn the question around and ask you, Shafiq, how you're dealing with these issues in the Arab community in Israel. Any thoughts about how you're proceeding and what the best next steps are?
Well, the Arab-Palestinian community in Israel is a community in transition in terms of culture. So I think that we fall between the Western and the non-Western, and in a way we are lost. So I think that it's a real problem regarding suicide, regarding depression, and other mental health issues. I believe that the traditional ways of treating mental health has kind of are not used so much anymore, but also the modern ways of treating mental health is not there yet. So we are in between, and I believe that this is an area that needs a lot of work. And Alan and his team at Schneider, I think, are working hard in order to reach the Arab community, Palestinian community in Israel.
I'd like to hear from one or two of the young people that have joined us, and with regard to your own institutions.
I was very impressed with thank you. I have a comment about the ecological momentary assessment that you talked about. I'm greatly interested in like personalized treatment for suicide prevention. And I recently read this commentary article. I forgot what the journal was, but it was talking about micro-randomized clinical trials in EMA assessment and prevention. So they would provide like digital prevention for suicide. They would stratify suicide risk by their EMA results, and then randomize them into one of the 4 kinds of treatments that they could provide And I think in the beginning, like Professor Singh said about there are limited clinical trials in suicidal ideation and self-injurious behaviors. I think it's mostly because a lot of people are just afraid, and the ethical consideration of like, is it okay to put people at such risk to a treatment that we don't actually know will be fully effective. But I would like to know your thoughts about like those micro-randomized clinical trials where they kind of stratify risk and apply that. I also, like leading up to the comment about non-suicidal self-injury that was made before, I've seen articles saying that NSSI is not actually a pathway to suicidal thoughts and behavior. It's like a separate entity. So I would like to hear your thoughts about that.
Well, just to answer your questions about the micro-randomization, I think what you're highlighting is an opportunity for us to maybe even use adaptive trial designs where we can actually do randomization in a more strategic fashion in the course of our observation of an intervention and its effects. It is immensely important to understand the context in which an intervention is being delivered. And so, you know, in the Israel example, I mean, I think Professor Akhter was, whether it's in a school setting or an emergency department, you know, one has to understand that that it doesn't end, the randomization leads to some observation, but it might be the case that we have to adjust our protocol entry criteria or eligibility along the way. And so adaptive trial designs might be a nice way for us to innovate towards better understanding of how interventions are moving with the depression and suicide risk. That being said, you know, your point that like it's, you know, it's a risk factor that may be ethically challenging for us. You know, one of my colleagues at the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, you know, who funds many trials in suicide and studies in suicide, appreciates that we have to look at proximal risk factors, but it can't end there. We have to develop a roadmap of how to study suicide because the cost of not studying it also great. So that ethical question needs, you know, more attention, I think. Ellen, would you like to talk more about that and the second question about EMA?
Well, I think in terms of is the NSSI a separate entity or not? In fact, David Schaffer and I, we advocated for the introduction of NSSI as a separate entity, which was unsuccessful. If you know the DSM, there's a kind of a compensation prize. Your idea was not accepted into DSM. In the main chapters, there's chapter 3, which is for things that still need to be considered. But I definitely believe in precision medicine. In fact, we just have an editorial about that in the journal, the Child and Adolescent, the American Academy Journal. I think it's coming out in a few days. So I'm really interested in precision medicine. Now, obviously, if we had specific things to look at, but I think that what we call self-harm, non-suicidal self-harm, or self-harm behavior is something that's worthy in itself. And it's really important, especially for communities that do not have a lot of power to change things. So, you know, if I'm, you can look at Shafiq's, if I don't have the power to change things, I'm a minority person. One way that I can express my frustration and anger and get help is by self-injury. And there's and the psychoanalysis is not popular in this group, but Carol Gilligan, who's a feminist psychoanalyst in the States, is actually talking about self-harm as being something that's positive, because for people who are not, who don't have power, such as women, sorry if I don't want to offend people, women have less power than men in most countries. This is a way of changing things. But these are really interesting questions which you can't devise from culture. So where do you come from?
I'm from South Korea.
So it's really interesting to look at things in different countries, to study these different aspects in different cultures.
Validate the instruments that we use to study these in different cultures with the language that they would use to describe these phenomena in their own words. I think that's going to be a critical first step, whether it's through qualitative studies or mixed methods, to be able to develop novel ways of capturing risk, but also the phenotyping is only going to make our jobs better and easier and more precise.
It's interesting in terms of epidemiology. Suicide epidemiology is fascinating. The two countries with the highest suicide rates are Guyana, which is the most poorest country in the world, and South Korea, one of the richest countries in the world. How is that? How do you look at that? It's really interesting.
Well, thank you both very much. It's really inspiring and I think these individuals are individuals that you can approach both during the rest of the week, but also in the future, to really be thoughtful with your colleagues in home countries about it. Looks like one question. If it's a short question, it's all yours.
I'll try to be brief. Just a logistical question. I know there's a lot of value in modeling suicide, whether it be CDC data and just modeling trends. In terms of like next steps, I know that you had an intervention with the school. In your experience, like what has been like some tips or like, you know, usually these type of programs or interventions require funding, like when you organize with your local area, like what has been your experience to kind of acquire that funding or get buy-in from stakeholders to implement these programs? How do you convince them?
It's not easy to work with schools. Child psychiatrists and school authorities, I don't know what it's like in your countries. In Israel, it's challenging. You really have to work hard. It takes a lot of work and you have to do it. You can't work against the system.
So I think we have another round of applause. Remarkable individuals who are going to be speaking with us about the whole issue about anxiety disorder. You've got things organized, but we're here to listen and to learn. So thank you so much for joining us, John and Anne-Marie, and the floor is yours.
Grazie per l'opportunità di parlare stamattina. That's my bad Italian. Scusi. I am John Piacentini from UCLA, clinical child adolescent psychologist and professor in the Department of Psychiatry there. My colleague is Dr. Anne-Marie Albano, who is a professor at Columbia University, where she directs a number of programs related to anxiety, including 𝑃𝑒𝑟𝑠, which is the Columbia University Center for Anxiety and Related Disorders. And we've been working together for about 30, we're not that old, but we've been working together for about 30 years now on a number of anxiety projects, and also it's an absolute pleasure for both of us to be able to do this presentation together. So we're going to start broad and then try to put anxiety into a context, and then talk about phenomenology, treatment, impact, and some our thoughts and ideas about the next steps that we need to take to try to address this issue. Anxiety hasn't had as much attention as other disorders that we've been talking about, or that are certainly serious, like suicide, clearly. But anxiety is a very prevalent disorder. Historically, anxiety has been seen as benign and a normal condition, and anxiety is a very normal condition. I mean, we need anxiety. It's evolutionarily conserved. It keeps us from doing things that might be dangerous. I describe anxiety as nature's car alarm, the families that I work with and when I give talks. It's something that alerts us to there may be some danger or something potentially bad that's going to happen, and to keep us alert. The problem is for for people with an anxiety disorder problem is this car alarm goes off and they get very upset. How many of you have heard car alarms going off? And how many of you have ever seen a car being stolen? It rarely happens, right? But somebody with anxiety is always worried that the car will be stolen when the alarm goes off. And that's one of the things that we want to work with. But let's get back to the larger picture here. According to the United Nations Children Fund, 13% of youth ages 10 to 19 live with the World Health Organization defined mental disorder. That's 80 million age 10 to 14 and 86 million age 15 to 19. The highest prevalences are in the Middle East and North Africa, North America, and Western Europe, so representing many of the countries that we're coming with. 40% of these affected youth have anxiety or depression. And I wanted to preface by saying that anxiety is often considered benign and may not get the attention that other disorders do. If you look at this slide here, the prevalence of anxiety, and many of the studies include anxiety and depression collectively, far outnumber the prevalence worldwide of other specific disorders such as conduct disorder, ADHD, developmental disorders, and other issues. So it is really a very important area of study, area of work to develop prevention. And if you look at this by gender, you can see that girls, females have much higher rates. 10 to 19-year-old girls, over half suffer from anxiety and depression if we look at the prevalence by specific disorders. Boys, it's a little bit closer to some of the externalizing disorders, but still, again, the most common. Now, we just heard about suicide, and clearly a very, very serious problem. I had the opportunity to work with David Schaffer early in my career, working with adolescent suicide on some of the studies that were mentioned here. And it's important to note that if you look at these slides here, you can see the risk for suicidal behavior increases dramatically as with the presence of depression. But if you look at the bar on the far, the three bars, you can see depression without anxiety certainly leads to an increased risk of suicidal behavior. Depression with anxiety leads to a significantly higher rate. So anxiety in the presence of depression can significantly increase the risk for suicidal ideation and suicide attempt. When we think about anxiety, certainly in the West, but I imagine worldwide, we think about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on youth mental health. And anxiety was one of the significant, I guess, sequelae of COVID and the pandemic, because we know that the rates of anxiety came close to doubling over the course of the pandemic, as did depression. And we know that probably 1 in 4 youth globally are experiencing clinically elevated depression, and 1 in 5 children with anxiety, clinically elevated anxiety symptoms. So again, we are now, the pandemic has waned. Some of these rates are starting to come back, but we are still dealing with much higher rates of anxiety and related disorders than we were, say, 5 years ago. So the other impact of the pandemic and very serious sequelae of anxiety disorder is the impact on school. And we know that youth with anxiety have much higher problematic or clinical anxiety, have much higher rates of school avoidance and school refusal. And this can be quite significant. So in the United States, over the course of pandemic, school avoidance rates doubled from 15% to almost 30%. Almost 1/3 of children were missing school on a regular basis. And the presence of anxiety and, again, depression significantly increased this risk. And this is a really serious problem for kids missing school. There's also some literature from Italy suggesting that school avoidance rates were increased, especially for youth with immigrant status or more impoverished. In other words, the youth that needed to be integrated into school and into the broader society most of all. When we think, again, of the impact of school attendance problems on development with a specific eye towards anxiety, it is really, these are some really serious issues. Importantly, decreased social activity. We know that social anxiety is a very important, very common anxiety disorder that develops early in childhood. Youth with anxiety, social anxiety, try to avoid social situations, the most prominent one being school. So youth that aren't in school, their anxiety will worsen, they get more isolated, they become even more anxious, and it's much more difficult to reintegrate them into these situations. Missed educational and training opportunities. Again, youth with anxiety are less likely to be able to advocate for themselves, to show their skills, to go on the job market, to get engaged in other types of activities, again, because their worries and fears. So not being able to participate in school and learn skills for managing other people, for managing projects, learning how to tolerate distress or disappointment is going to seriously hamper them in the future. And the most important thing, and as Dr. Albano is going to be talking about in a little bit, avoiding school is a form of escape. So when we're anxious and we don't want to do something, if we're forced to do it or pushed into doing it, with the proper supports, we develop some confidence and some skills and abilities to engage in difficult activities. If we avoid, that reinforces our anxiety. If we don't go, we're afraid of going to school because we think something bad is going to happen, and we stay home from school, it reinforces that fear and it strengthens the anxiety. So the school avoidance issues are really critical issues that need to be addressed if we're going to lower these high rates of anxiety. We also think about the costs of anxiety. Again, we think depression, rightly so, very serious disorder, suicide, absolutely critical to address these youth that are dying prematurely. Neurodiversity, autism, and these related disorders. Every disorder is important. But if you look at this graph here, you can see the worldwide cost of mental disorders. And again, this is from the United Nations Children's Fund, published in a report in 2021. Anxiety has the highest cost of any of these disorders in terms of disease burden and cost to society of productive lives over a period of time. 27% compared to 23% for behavioral disorders, 22% for depression, 10% for intellectual disability, etc. So when we're thinking about anxiety, and anxiety is a precursor to many of these disorders, it's an obvious and critically important starting point for prevention, not only of more severe anxiety, but also prevention and reducing the risk for other disorders. And I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Albano.
Grazie, Giancarlo. You didn't know his name was really Giancarlo, but it is. And thank you, Bennett, Dr. Caffo, and everyone for having us here. I also want to just say I'm really thinking about David Schaffer, who you've heard a lot about this morning. He really impacted all of our lives. He brought me to Columbia University, and I miss him every single day, I have to say that. So in talking about anxiety, as John has, let's just step back for a minute. And as John was saying, anxiety is a natural, normal emotion. You know, we all have it. Some of you have it more than others. We have it more at different times. But one of the things, we need to understand, of course, is all kids go through developmental changes in terms of what they may be afraid of. We know there's 120 years of literature on normal developmental fears that onset and offset as a child develops and has experience in the world. And it's starting in infancy, strangers, things that go bump in the night, early childhood with separation, monsters, various things like that. And it moves into the school age years and middle school years with things that can go wrong, getting rejected, failing tests, not being included or making the gains you need to know and do in school and so forth. So fears are normal. We know this. Girls report more fears than boys. The number of fears decreases with age. It's not unusual for a young child to have 7, 8, 10 fears at once, but by the time they hit middle school, we have a couple, 2, 3, 4. And the focus, as we see, changes with age. And this is consistent. The fear literature shows this is consistent across cultures. But what's interesting in this 120 years of fear surveys that have been conducted worldwide is the most recent fear surveys of youth conducted by Nicole Caparino in the United States and also by those in the Europeans that was published in Lancet and UNICEF in a survey, showed that the fears of kids and worries today are quite different than 20 years and more before. Climate change has never appeared before in fear surveys, being worried about the impact of the environment on my life as a child. Technology and the fact that it could be really helpful, and we love TikTok here and there, but at the same time, I could be very harmed by being bullied or other things that go on with technology. Political issues, which is something that kids hadn't reported in past, including in our country, a fear of civil war, which we haven't seen since 1865. And another thing that we live with in our country are school shootings. And our kids are very afraid of walking into school or leaving their house and just going to a movie theater and being shot. Deportation of friends and the way things happen to their peers is now coming up on all these fear surveys. The future, crime and violence, and so forth. These are things that were there, but kids are reporting these more and more. They're fearing things and worrying about things that are largely caused by adults, right? So let's bear that in mind. Now, we all see that kids have fears and worries. It's normative that these things happen as you're interacting in the course of the day and moving through your life. But when do these fears and worries become disorder level? And this is the number one question a parent asks. Is my kid okay? Is this normal, or is this an anxiety disorder? And a big thing to know is that the anxiety or the worry is in response to something that isn't as bad or isn't as harmful as they think it's going to be. It's very much an exaggerated fear of something in the absence of a real threat, or exaggerated to what the threat actually is. And they experience an affective response. Fear, which we all have, as we said, is one thing, but it can turn into panic. Can turn into panic where the person is frozen or is screaming, is running away, panic-like attacks and stuff. That then is the clinical version of fear. And of course, worry is one thing. We all worry, but when we get consumed with worry that doesn't stop, as in generalized anxiety disorder, and you ruminate and ruminate and ruminate, this paralyzes the individual and they can't solve a problem that's in front of them. That may be generalized anxiety disorder, or even bump up into obsessive compulsive disorder. So we have the affective responses in anxiety. There's also the cognitive. And mostly in the cognitive is overestimating the likelihood that something will go wrong. I'm absolutely sure if I get on that school bus this morning, it is going to take off and forget I'm on the bus and never return me home again. That's what a little 7-year-old said to me one time. That is the cognitive component. Absolutely sure that something will happen when the likelihood is very, very small. And the other big distortion in thinking is catastrophizing. If I don't do well on that talk in front of the class, I'll never be able to face them again. I can't go into school. I just have to give up. It's a catastrophe. When everybody makes mistakes in giving talks in front of the class. So the cognitive end. The physiological is all the arousal from a panic attack to concentration impairment, an inability to sleep, the muscle tension and aches. And then the big one, as John said, is the behavioral. You're going to either avoid the situation, and there's two ways of avoiding. You can avoid by leaving or not going to something, or you can avoid in terms of in a cognitive sense, of doing everything you can to get through it, but not actually experience. This is what we call experiential avoidance. I'm just going to get through this talk. I don't even want to look at people in the eye. I'm just going to say what I have to say, read off the slides, and it's over. That's experiential avoidance, and it gets you through a situation, but it doesn't really immerse you in, and you can't learn from the situation. So you fight, flight, or freeze is a lot of the way, and seek a lot of reassurance. Now, the other thing we have to bear in mind is anxiety is different than stress. Every day, kids experience stress, getting called on in class, having to run between classes, learning something new, talking with a new friend, getting rejected. There's various ways that we get stressed during the day. And all these things are typical. And yes, maybe a little hormones get released here or there, cortisol and stuff, but you make it through the day and move on. There certainly are stress disorders, irritable bowel syndrome, headaches, where when stress is really prolonged, unrelenting, and the individual can't manage it. But anxiety and stress are not the same. Anxiety really is this manifestation of fight or flight or ongoing arousal of the autonomic nervous system in worry and the escape behaviors and avoidance behaviors, whereas stress can occur in positive, negative, neutral situations. It's momentary and usually resolves quickly as the individual maintains and continues on in their everyday actions. Stress is often conflated and over-pathologized, so we have to watch that. Most common of the anxiety disorders in youth: separation anxiety, social anxiety, and generalized anxiety disorders. I don't want to leave my safety people in separation. I don't know what to do. Oh my gosh, this is the worst in generalized anxiety, and nobody likes me. What's the point? I can't even try to be in front of people in social anxiety disorder. We call these the anxiety triad. They tend to co-occur, run a similar course through childhood and adolescence into adulthood, and they are treated very similarly, which we'll talk about in a little bit. There's also manifestations of this a little different: selective mutism in early childhood, children who will not speak outside of their home. It's an early form of social anxiety disorder. And also we see panic disorder onsetting by the time some kids are 14 years of age or so. And the specific phobias, they're not benign. They're there. They start early. Those fears that really develop into monsters themselves, actually, they're the most prevalent of all the anxiety disorders. And I'll talk about them right here, too. They onset earliest among the anxiety disorders. This is from the National Comorbidity Survey of Adolescents in the United States. 10,000 plus adolescents and their parents responded to an epidemiological study conducted by Kathleen Merrick-Kangas and others at the National Institutes of Mental Health. We have age across the bottom. I actually have a point. Well, we have age across the bottom from age 4 all the way up to 18. And then the cumulative prevalence. The red line are the anxiety disorders. Start early and look at how they increase prevalence over time all the way in through to young adulthood. The blue are the externalizing disorders. They're the next disorders of onset, which actually is that teachers are recognizing this child needs help for their ADHD or such. And then the green are depression, onsetting more in adolescence, and the purple substance use. Why do I have a circle in the early childhood ages? When a child is anxious, from the beginning of their anxiety, meltdowns and crying on the playground, not wanting to go into the classroom, going into mom and dad's bed every night, when that happens because of their anxiety, the people around them start treating them differently. They're parented differently than other children in the family and other children in the classroom. The teachers look at them differently, and their friends look at them differently over time, the other peers. They are not then developing in the same way on everyday normative tasks as other kids. So anxiety in the early environment changes the child's internal environment. I can't do this. I'm not capable. I need my mom or someone to do this for me. I got to be home. As well as changes the external environment of the way people look at that child. So let's bear that in mind. We'll come back to that a little later. The big thing we want to hammer home: you cannot treat anxiety without dealing with, number one, getting that child to face their fears. Avoidance: time to get up for school. I don't want to go. I don't feel well. All right, stay home, but tomorrow you're going to go. Avoidance solidifies anxiety every step of the way. It's what we call a negative reinforcement paradigm. When I'm upset and mom says I can stay home, I feel good. Relief. That's reinforcing the fact that tomorrow morning I'm going to do it again. I'm going to cry again tomorrow morning, and again and again. The more you give into anxiety, the worse it's going to get. Bottom line. And what is most difficult, by the way, this is my nephew, isn't he cute? Yeah, he's a sweetheart. We have to use pictures of our kids. What is most difficult for parents in thinking about that early environment when this starts is look at that little face. He doesn't want to go out on the soccer field. He's afraid. What if somebody hurts him? What if the coach yells at him? Giving in. If my brother had swooped in and taken him home, would he have gone back the next day to play again and again? When you give in to the child and rescue them or allow them to escape, you solidify the fact that, oh, this is too much for me. I can't handle this. I'll never be able. And the parents actually learn, I've got to pull my kid out. My kid can't handle these things. It becomes a big overprotection trap. Starts young, but my biggest program at Columbia University is my college-age youth who are all in this trap with their parents and not leaving home. So the impact of childhood anxiety, it interferes with every aspect of the child's life. Educational attainment gets stopped, delays their development in important milestones, things like waking themselves up and getting ready for school in the morning. They don't do these kinds of things. Associated, as John said, and we illustrated, with depression, suicidality, increased risk for substance use, and it leads to a lot of dysfunction and disability, emotional, mental disability, and also burden on the youth and their families, and eventually society over the long term. Now John's going to fix it all.
That was fantastic. You act out anxiety so well. So now let's talk about treatment and what are we going to do for the disorder. And the good news is we have great treatments for anxiety. And the study that I'm going to talk about now is the largest clinical trial for anxiety that's been done. It's called the CAMS trial, Child and Adolescent Anxiety Multimodal Treatment Study. And this was a 6-site study. You can see we had many of the leading sites. Anne-Marie led the Columbia site. I led the UCLA site. John Hopkins with John Walkup, who many of you may know. John March at Duke University. Phil Kendall, who actually developed the leading cognitive behavior therapy program at Temple. Boris Bermeher at Pittsburgh. So this was really a lot of the leading anxiety researchers. We got together and we compared cognitive behavior therapy, which again is the most well-studied and most effective intervention for anxiety, as you'll see in a minute, compared it with sertraline, so with one of the leading medications for anxiety, alone and in combination. So four sites. This study was published in the New England Journal of Medicine in 2008. And what we found was that after 12 weeks of treatment, again, with cognitive behavior therapy, sertraline combination, or placebo, we have 3 very helpful treatments. Combined treatment, 81% of children were classified as responders, so rated by independent evaluators as very much improved or improved. These kids got better after 12 weeks of treatment. But look at the monotherapies, CBT alone and sertraline. Well over half of the youth responded to one or the other of these treatments alone, which is really quite remarkable. And about a quarter of the kids responded to pill placebo, as we can see. And the combination was proved superior statistically to the 2 monotherapies. CBT and sertraline didn't differ, and each of the 3 active treatments beat placebo by quite a bit. So we followed these kids out 6 to 9 years, and this was an open trial, and this was called the CAMEL study, CAMS Extended Longitudinal Study. And what we did, starting about 6 years on average post-acute treatment, for every year they were evaluated diagnostically and with the full battery of measures, and we determined their anxiety status. And you can see the consistent remitters would be those youth that on the 3 diagnostic occasions over 3 years, they were free of their anxiety disorder. No anxiety disorder, their diagnosis was gone. They may still have had some mild symptoms, but they no longer met diagnostic criteria. The relapsers were youth that went in and out. At one of the 3 evaluations or 2 of the 3 evaluations, they were doing well, and at 1 or 2, they weren't doing so well. So their anxiety had an up and down course over this follow-up period. And the chronic were kids that still met criteria for an anxiety disorder at each of the 3 evaluations. Now, we had great outcomes acutely after 12 weeks of treatment. Over the follow-up of 6 to 9 years later, he didn't quite do as well as we had hoped. You can see here the consistent remitters at 23% of the youth were healthy across all 3 of these follow-up periods. And unfortunately, about 30% or so, maybe 32%, were ill at each of these 3 follow-up periods. And the relapsers was by far the largest group that kids go in and out of anxiety. You can see there's an asterisk on the green for chronic. And the green bars are the non-responders, those youth that did not respond initially to the treatment. So children that did not respond initially, the treatment didn't really work, right? When we first studied them, they were much more likely to be in the chronically ill condition, suggesting that treatment, achieving a treatment success early has some positive results for reducing the likelihood of chronic anxiety later in life. But it was a little disappointing that for many of these youth, they weren't able to maintain their gains. And you can see there were pretty high rates of service use. About 1/3 of the remitters, 2/3 of the remitters had received some treatment over time. For the chronic kids, 90% had received treatment. But when we looked at the types of treatments that these kids received, a lot of them were not in evidence-based treatments. They were in treatments that we know are going to be less effective. And that was a real concern, that these youth that had done well in treatment responded to these evidence-based treatments, cognitive behavior therapy and medication. Over the course of this follow-up, they tended to either not get treatment when they needed it or go for less effective treatments, which was a little disappointing to us. You can also, again, see that I guess I said that already, that the chronically ill were more likely to be CAMS non-responders initially. So what's going on here with this? It's again because these kids were not maintaining, the kids that needed treatment were not in the treatment they in. So we did a lot of work looking at service use, and we're still trying to get a better sense of the barriers for these youth to stay in treatment. One of the problems is that it's hard to find effective treatments. It's really difficult to get high quality cognitive behavior therapy. In our clinic at UCLA, we have 300 families on our waiting list for treatment. And it's just, people wait years to get into high quality treatment. And when we get to the end of this, clearly that is something that needs to change. You know, high quality treatment, high quality, well-trained professionals are expensive. There aren't enough of us out there doing this work, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. The good news, there's some really positive news from this follow-up study that I want to talk about. At 9 years, again, treatment responders, those youth that had responded initially to treatment or had remitted, who had lost their diagnosis after 12 weeks of treatment, even though they may still have had anxiety symptoms, they demonstrated better global functioning, decreased overall impairment, and increased life satisfaction at follow-up. So very positive gains on average, even 9 years after treatment. These were young adults, and some were even middle adults. Treatment remission, those youth that had lost their diagnosis as a result of treatment 9 years later, had less specific impairments, were doing better socially, self-care, and academically, and they had better increased life satisfaction across the board, across all of the follow-ups. This is my favorite slide. I think Anne-Marie's also, because we are cognitive behavior therapists and researchers. The youth that received cognitive behavior therapy, regardless of how they did in the study, if you received 12 weeks of cognitive behavior therapy, you had improved life satisfaction, less impairment, and better academic functioning. compared to pill placebo. So, and if you receive CBT or CBT plus medication, you are more likely to have a job. If you received medication only, you were in the medication, sertraline only arm, compared to youth that received placebo initially, there were no additive benefits. I mean, you got better and you were okay over time, but the cognitive behavior therapy really appeared to be the driver of the more positive long-term outcomes. And that's not surprising because cognitive behavior therapy teaches you the skills, teaches you how to manage your anxiety, how to push yourself. Anne-Marie's poor little nephew didn't want to go onto the soccer field. In treatment, Christopher, right? Christopher would learn how to manage his anxiety, take some breaths and visualize and say, I know I can do this, and go out on the soccer field. And if Christopher does that 3 or 4 times, as difficult as it is, he's going to learn that, wow, soccer is kind of fun. And I know it's scary at first, but if I get over my fear and I have support for doing this, I'm going to become a soccer player. And I'm going to hang out with other kids, and I'm going to get tired and get dirty and run around and create friends that may be lifelong friends and develop skills that may be lifelong skills. So cognitive behavior therapy is just such a critical part of treatment. We use a lot of medication in our clinic because a lot of kids come in very sick or they're unable to do the therapy. But everybody that gets medication, we offer them cognitive behavior therapy because we feel the combination is just a great combination. Medication turns down the volume of the anxiety a little bit, so just so they can benefit from the skills building. And I think that's a really important thing to do. And positive early intervention is associated with improved overall functioning and life satisfaction. I think I had said that. So this is another slide from the United Nations Children's Fund, and these are factors that are affecting or predict or sustain youth mental health issues. And the reason that this chart is up here, because these are all malleable factors. These are all factors, for the most part, that we can address or mitigate in one way or another. And I'm showing this slide here because as a setup for Anne-Marie is going to talk for the final portion of the talk about what steps can we take to reduce anxiety, to develop better prevention programs and better early intervention programs. And starting from this list, developing interventions to address some of these factors: perinatal, maternal age, low birth weight, poor diet, lack of a positive school environment, lack of playthings, lack of stimulation, for example. These are all things that we can really address through early intervention approaches to try to address anxiety. And remember, when we are able to prevent or reduce the risk of anxiety, we're preventing or reducing the risk of about every other disorder that there is. I'll give it to you now to do your part. Yeah, you're next. Wake up.
The significance of childhood anxiety disorders, let's put this in perspective again. They're the most common, most prevalent form of child psychopathology, and actually the #1 referral reason in the United States. We all have these huge wait lists, which is incredible. And the thing that we know worldwide is, despite the prevalence of these conditions, a very few children actually get treatment, never mind get effective treatment, as John said. So we have to intervene early, and we have to also look at the fact that these disorders, if they're left untreated, really result in wreaking havoc in the child's life and then also within the family and the community. So what are the big issues? The big issues that we have to struggle with is how can we connect families to care, mental health care, as early as possible for their kids, which means we do have to understand and know better what are the gaps in the mental health workforce in #1, getting the workforce trained in effective evidence-based treatments and approaches, including prescribing practices and guidelines that have come from these types of clinical trials. How do we invest and get our governments to invest in policies and programs then that will affect mental health care and promote health and wellness from the earliest of ages in the developing child? And an important thing that we don't address well enough in our clinical trials, because in our clinical trials, which are predominantly efficacy that we've been involved in, now we're doing some more in the dissemination area that is more without strict efficacy rules, but predominantly we're looking at a small group and slice of who comes into a trial, squeaky clean kids, if you will. And our approaches do not address social determinants of health that are out there. And that we have to either, as John says, find those determinants that can be malleable, but then we have to give kids skills at their ages as they're growing to understand and manage those things that they cannot change in the environment, be it an environment that is hostile in various ways, an environment that lacks resources due to poverty, parents who are absent, various things like that. But we have to help them develop other resources within themselves in order not just to survive, but to somehow thrive too, also in these environments. So we need to do things which include universal screening in places where we can find children. Primary care and schools being the two #1 places where we have to get effective programming and care. Other strategies too is how to better disseminate educational programs and raise awareness of what these conditions do while reducing the stigma. I mean, I am impressed with some of the kids that I come across in the United States who talk about, actually call up and will say, Dr. Albano, I want to come in for my appointment, but can I come in on Wednesday because my friends both have appointments with other doctors in your office in that day? They're talking about mental health together in a way that prior generations didn't. They're not ashamed of it. They're embracing the treatments that they're getting, and they're helping one another with it and encouraging one another. We have to work more in reducing stigma from the top down, from grandparents all the way down, so that more people are available to come into treatment and also bring others along with them who need it. There's different ways that we can also help kids to access treatment. John and I are also involved together in a telehealth company that is specifically for delivering evidence-based care for kids with anxiety. And there's many different ways that we use virtual reality. That's one of the things that we are developing at our Center for Kids with Anxiety Disorders, but also for their parents to use so that they learn about what it's like to feel anxious at a child and deal with some of the situations that they have to deal with. We must, though, get training of others who are not necessarily people in this room, because we know the workforce is going to be limited. Psychiatrists, and especially child psychiatrists, are few and far between to meet the burden of the need that's out there. But there are paraprofessionals, and we have plenty of colleagues who are working around the world training people in the community, from barbers to librarians and others, to recognize and to steer kids and families towards some help that can be supporting them and changing the trajectory that their kids are on. So these are important. But I want to focus on one thing that we could all take away from here and think about as clinicians and also as program developers. We saw earlier this trajectory starting at age 4 all the way to 18, how anxiety starts early, it changes the nature of the child, it changes the relationship and the environment with others. Let's remember something, that across development, there are tasks. Remember Erik Erikson? There are conflicts and tasks all across development that actually shape, as they're occurring, the thinking, the skills, the cognitive skills, social problem solving, social skill, and other things that are going on cognitively and also behaviorally in the life of the child. When a child has an emotional issue, and I can put ADHD in here too, as much as anxiety, whatever it is, they start out early. As soon as it's there, it's changing their development, and they are not approaching these tasks the same way other kids are. And especially for our anxious kids, while their friends are in school and they're solving peer problems together, and they're going up and telling the teacher, you graded me too harshly, I should get a better grade, our anxious kids are staying home, or they're just suffering in silence. Their parents may try to make these changes, but they're not trying. This de-skills our kids and makes it worse for them, because one of the things I say about the follow-up to our treatment study. Why did we only have 20% of those kids doing well 9 years out? Problem, I think, is that at any given age when we had them, they came into the study, they might have been 7, 12, or 15 years of age. For 12 weeks, that's a snapshot of time in a long arc of development. We treated them to feel better symptomatically, but we didn't do work with their parents on changing the way they interacted with their child and change their expectations for the child. And we gave them treatment at that age, but then they had to keep going and growing up where every year there's new challenges in school. You have to become more independent, emotionally independent in soothing yourself, calming down, reasoning with yourself, as well as behaviorally independent with taking care of things. Each step of the way, it gets harder and harder, and they're more challenging in terms of these tasks of independence. You have to know who you are and be secure and affirm who you are. When you're little, you might say, I'm a dancer. When you're a teenager, you might say more like, well, I'm liberal-minded. You have to know who you are and your identity, and it changes. And your identity might change differently from your family. Your family may be more religious than you will be one day, or less religious. Identity is important. This is something that overwhelms kids if they don't get a handle on it. You have to take responsibility. At 5, you want to wear the red dress or the blue dress. That's teaching a child to make decisions and take responsibility. But at 15, no one should be asking you what you want to wear. You should go put it on yourself. Our anxious kids aren't doing those things. And socialization. Along the way, you have to handle conflict and manage things. So when our kids are knocked off task developmentally, we are treating just the symptoms, and we're sending them back out without really figuring out, are they functioning, though, like all the other kids at their age? This is something to pay more attention to. I'll talk about this at La Sapienza on Thursday, maybe a little bit tomorrow, but it's something we have to deal with. And then critical is teaching kids skills for managing stress. Stress is normative. We're going to be there. It's going to come at us in all different forms in different ways. Focus the kids on problem-solving skills, social interaction skills, some priorities of time management and task management, and that will go a long way for helping them manage in the world. And John, this is yours.
So there are a lot of very simple, very simple, easy peasy things that we can do. And this is an exercise. I direct a center at UCLA called the Center for Anxiety, Resilience, Education, and Stress, or the CARES Center. And it's a community-focused education, early intervention program where we work with a lot of families in Los Angeles and more broadly, especially under-resourced families. We work with a lot of immigrant families, teaching them how to increase resilience and do a lot of the things that Anne-Marie was talking about in terms of reducing stress and trying to instill in their kids greater sense of independence and the ability to manage your own anxiety. This is a very simple technique called butterfly breath. And maybe many of you have seen this before, and you could, on our website, it's like the CARES Center, UCLA EDU, you can download this technique. And it is, you can do it in the palm of your hand because we don't have a butterfly, or you can use a butterfly. And as you trace the one wing, you breathe in for 6 seconds. As you trace the other wing, you breathe out for 6 seconds. Very simple breathing technique. So I thought maybe we could just do a couple here to get a sense of this. So let's just start here and breathe in. Breathe out. You can trace on your palm. Breathe in. Breathe out. And yeah, I'm less anxious, right? We have a lot of techniques like this. There are a lot of techniques like this that you can find that are just very simple ways of teaching emotion regulation and how to manage or reduce stress. And then this last slide, this is our last slide here. In terms of, for any funders in the room, this again is from the World Bank. $1 invested in school-based mental health across the average returns at $21.5 over 80 years. for investment in lower middle income countries. $1 invested in school-based mental health over 20 years returns $88.7. So it's very cost effective to do a lot of the programs that we're talking about. We just need the money and the wherewithal and the dedication to do that. Thank you.
Thank you all.
For better or for worse, I think we probably need to move ahead, but there may be time for one question, and I'd love to hear from, yes, go ahead.
Oh, thanks for your presentation. It was amazing. You're amazing. Well, I'm from Mexico City, and I have to ask because I'm working as a physician in a general hospital, public hospital, and we are just 2 child psychiatrists for 20 boys and girls per day. In 6 hours, we have to see them and their families. And we don't have psychologists. We don't have that service. We have to work just with medication. So it's really hard for us to deal with that because we are asking for a service, but we don't have it. So do you have recommendations for us to work just with those tools and with families? Also because families are like as you said, the environment who refers the anxiety in children and adolescents.
Yeah, we have some Spanish language materials on our website that might be helpful. But in general, I know it's very difficult because in our inpatient units, we have psychologists and it's still very difficult. But there are a lot of very, very basic techniques and very basic strategies that we can teach. And there are programs out there that are paraprofessional programs. They're very early intervention programs. Some are just stress management. Others are resilience. So kids on the units, can they take more responsibility for some of the things that they're doing? Can they get rewarded for brave behaviors, for interacting, in different group settings and the like? I mean, very, very simplistic, but there are strategies that are programs that are out there. I can talk to you a little bit more. Maybe we can try to find some.
So wonderfully, our 2 colleagues are going to be with us for the rest of the week. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to approach them. Really remarkable, wonderful presentation. Thank you both so much. Very good. So our next set of presentations are about autism spectrum. We're very fortunate to have Eric from Bowen, the initial presenter, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Lichtman. Whoop. My God. Can you do Bennett? How do you put the slides on? Just like this, or
No, put it on the screen.
Huh?
Okay.
Oh, right here. No, right.
We'll go through here.
There's no arrow, there's one.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Eric Fombon. I'm a professor of psychiatry in Oregon, in Portland, Oregon, in the US. And today we will share the presentation with Dr. Fuentes. We sort of prepared a brief overview on some areas of autism research. I will cover the issues of diagnosis. This is our disclosures. I will go through that very quickly. I will cover the issues of diagnosis, epidemiology, and etiology. Each time providing a brief overview of what we know, what we don't know, and trying to focus on what are the essential questions as we see them, which are in each of these domains. And then Dr. Fuentes will carry on. So in terms of diagnosis, you probably remember that autism was first described in 1943 by Kanner, although there are historical descriptions in the medical literature which predate Kanner. Kanner is the father of the description of autism, and he described a very, very severe phenotype, which was considered to be extremely rare at the time. Now we are like fast forward, we are like 60 or 70 or 80 years later, and we have now sort of agreed on a broader conceptualization of autism. So we now conceptualize autism as a developmental impairment affecting two major domains of the development of young children. One has to do with communication using both language or non-verbal means to communicate, and it's also impairing the social reciprocity of these young children. And the second domain of impairment is the way the child plays or the way he acts, and these behaviors tend to be highly repetitive, highly routinized, and lacking in flexibility and creativity. It's a disorder which is considered to have a very early onset, emerging in the first years of life, although the precise dating on the onset is actually hard to establish. Now we refer to autism as a spectrum of disabilities. As you probably know, there is a spectrum of severity. Some are very mild, some are very severe. Language could be very well developed and very proficient, and other up to like 30% of children, individuals with autism, never talk or talk with very minimal means to using language. So it's a lot of variability, and the variability is across individuals. If you see like 100 children, 5-year-olds in a room who have autism, they will be very different the way they present themselves. And then if you follow a child over time, the clinical presentation will also be very dynamic and changing within the same individual. Over time, there is improvement, which is seen as a function of maturation and also intervention now, but it remains a lifelong disorder. So adults with autism remains often very impaired, and the impairments of individuals with autism are seen across different areas of life: peer relationships, intimate relationships, work relationship, community adjustment. So the last 10 years has been some agreement made to remove the subtyping of autism which existed before. You may recall that there was a kind of an attempt to divide the spectrum into subtypes with Asperger's syndrome, high-functioning autism, and then this ill-defined category of PDD and OS, which was nobody knows what it was, but now it's gone, so we can like move on. And now we have a unified concept of autism spectrum disorder, ASD. I will use autism instead of ASD, or conversely, it would be equivalent to the class of PDD in the previous classification. You see the criteria here. I think what is important is two things. Today, in clinical settings and in research enterprises, there is a high degree of agreement between clinicians and the research experts on how we diagnose autism. So when we measure the agreement and whether a child has autism or not, we have a very, very good agreement on inter-judge agreement. The second piece I want to return to is that if you look at criteria D here, the criterion D, as Dr. 𝑃𝑒𝑟𝑠 mentioned yesterday, the recognition of symptoms is one aspect of the diagnosis of autism, but you need to evidence the presence of impairment due to this symptom of autism in order to reach a diagnosis of autism. It is important because there is an increasing literature about people having autistic traits or styles or behavioral ways of existing, which are sometimes concerning, because there is often not evidence of impairment in the functioning of these subjects, and it's something on which we will return at the end. But there are concerns today about maybe an overuse of the diagnosis of autism in some very mild presentations of some adults. So but it's a question for research. What we agree as well upon doing in terms of diagnostic assessment is that you can refer to multiple guidelines. There are guidelines, NICE guidelines in the UK, the European guidelines that Dr. Fuentes established, American Academy of Pediatrics, etc. We all agree on how to basically conduct a diagnostic evaluation of a child with autism. It usually requires the the multidisciplinary team activities. So diagnosis can be made by a psychiatrist, clinical psychologist, neurologist, pediatrician, doesn't matter. But it's going to be a multidisciplinary effort which involves not only the diagnosis, but also other disciplines like occupational therapy, speech and language assessments, and cognitive testing with clinical psychology. So there is it's a complex array of evaluations which look at various aspects of the functioning of the child. We have a number of diagnostic tools which are widely used. The ADI and the ADOS are the sort of reference diagnostic tools that are used. Basically, if you go in a clinic in Tokyo or Paris or New York, you're going to probably see the same sets of toys in the same set of boxes which are used by every clinical teams in the field. So there has been a degree of harmonization which has increased the reliability of the diagnosis over time, which was not the case like some time ago. Unfortunately, today, the diagnosis relies still very much on a developmental and a behavioral assessment. We do not have a biological test to diagnose autism or to assist in the diagnosis of autism. It's still an area of sort of weakness in our field, if you wish, but it's not specific to autism, but that's a concern. We advocate genetic testing now because it's one of the tests which is yielding some important results which are influential now for clinical care of individuals. And we recommend whole exome sequencing whenever it's possible to be done. And then other investigations are really based on individual needs and based on the medical evaluations. So the current issues that today we've listed as something to be sort of discussed or followed up by people who want to do research in this domain are as follows. As I said, we don't have biomarkers of autism yet, so we have no way to assist in a diagnosis or even track progress over time. There are multiple research programs today which are ongoing, trying to develop biomarkers using eye tracking, for instance, paradigms, or other kinds of techniques, but they are still falling short of what we would expect for a biomarker to be really useful clinically. The second piece that, everywhere I go, because I've been doing studies in the various countries in the world, but even within the US, everywhere you go, there's been a development of autism centers or tertiary teams which have the expertise, but still, despite the development and the population of such teams, there is still an issue everywhere about waiting lists which are growing up, and people waiting a long time, referred for an evaluation and waiting often like 6 months, 12 months before they can have access to an evaluation. This is an issue which is, I think, a very important issue for health services research, because we have expertise now, which is like, as I said, we have guidelines, but the way the health organizations have distributed this expertise across different levels of care is not satisfactory. And there are still many subgroups in the populations or countries which are not very well served and have difficulties to access care. So that, I think, is a very important area of research for the future. In particular for rural communities or remote communities. I worked in Canada, for instance. It was a kind of nightmare to be able to provide services in various provinces. And also there are some subgroups like racial minority subgroups or ethnic minorities groups which are typically underserved in terms of accessing diagnostic evaluations and treatment, which are often delayed because of social inequalities. That remains a very important area. Another area for the diagnosis is now more the fact that there is an increasing number of adults which are now referred to services about everywhere. And as I said before, the way we diagnose autism in an adult or someone who has like a very good, well-developed language, has not been diagnosed up to this point, can present with co-occurring symptoms like psychiatric syndromes of various kinds. And it's very hard sometimes to actually differentiate the presence of autism from the effect of co-occurring psychopathology. I think this is, everybody has his own way to do it, but there is no standardized way to do it. And there is clearly in many centers now an increasing use of diagnostic conclusions in clinical presentation that I would not necessarily agree as being reflecting of autism. So there are a number of questions here that will need to be addressed much more seriously in the years to come. And that applies as well to females, where there is a kind of an undercurrent of a sort of narrative around saying that females have not been diagnosed, have been underdiagnosed. It's true that females are usually diagnosed a bit later, but whether or not there is a vast amount of females undiagnosed in the community remains to be seen, and whether or not we need to change our diagnostic tools and make them more gender specific or gender sensitive also remains to be tested seriously. And in terms of research, when we diagnose children, I said we have a lot of resource, a lot of assessment. It takes a lot of time and manpower. And now we have like huge research samples, which requires phenotypic and confirmation of diagnosis in a much more rapid way. So people have been looking at ways to shorten this diagnostic evaluation, what is called light phenotyping. And there are various approaches which are being tested, but we still have no sort of quick and valid way to do an assessment which would speed up our ability to recruit in large research studies. Cross-cultural comparisons of the phenotype have not been performed. We have that being done in other areas of psychopathology. It has not been done in autism and remains to be pursued. And then finally, there is, in terms of measurement, we have been describing for years the transmission of families of a milder phenotype of autism. So we often see in our clinics children who are affected with clear autism. And when we look at the parents or the father in particular, we find some traits which are not amounting to a diagnosis, but are really akin, conceptually similar to what we see in autism, like some kind of social insensitivity or slight aloofness and a tendency to be talking at you rather than with you, and unusual pursuits. Again, very discrete autistic traits in which are probably indexing in this family something which is inherited and genetically. And we don't have today very good measures to capture this broader autism phenotype. There are a few scales, but that need to be improved, and that's, I think, an area of improvement in the future. Okay, so in terms of early detection, and this is the end of diagnosis, the situation is that still today, in various countries, the mean age of diagnosis is about, like, in the US, for instance, it's about 4 years of age now. And yet, if you look at the developmental trajectories, parents report the first concerns about their child's development, usually in the second year of life. On average, it's around 15, 18 months of age. So there is a long time, usually, before the first concern that parents experience, the worries which are associated with the atypical development in their child, and the time where there will be confirmation of diagnosis, and, of course, access to intervention. So this diagnostic odyssey has been coined, is something that everybody is trying to decrease, but so far we have not been particularly successful. The one way of doing that has been to promote early screening in the whole population in the US. So there is universal screening in well baby clinics in the US at 18 and 24 months of age. The tools that we use, the MChat, are not particularly efficient or sensitive enough, and it's not applied consistently across the population. So there are some areas of improvement here, and the way the field has been going in the recent years is to develop screening tools which are based on technologies. So now we have like a way to screen for autism using smartphones or tablets or iPads. There is a recent publications that you can really use a little session with games with a little baby of a toddler between 12 months of age and 2 years of age, and you can like measure like facial dynamics of facial expression, social attention, response to name. So you can do a number of things like that which are quantitatively measured rapidly and could give you an index of autism likelihood in a way which is easy to use, could be portable, could be repeated rapidly. So it's a kind of, I think, a direction of the future which is promising. Okay, so I'm going to skip that, and then I think I'm going to skip that. So I want to talk about epidemiology now. Am I okay this time? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. All right, so in terms of the epidemiology, these are just like reviews that we are actually updating this review just now. We have about 155 epidemiological surveys of autism which have been done since 1966, which was the time of the first survey in England. And you can see on the left, there has been a regular increase in the prevalence of surveys, which continues to increase. So we can extend this line by extending the timeline. So there is clearly an increase in the prevalence of autism in surveys. And on the right, you can see that this is the right which is increasing. It's the proportion of individuals with autism who do not have intellectual disabilities in these surveys. So you can see the prevalence has been increasing, and the proportion of children without intellectual disability has been increasing, which indicates basically that the prevalence has increased largely due to the fact that we have been better at recognizing and detecting autism in the non-intellectually disabled population. And then other factors, well established is that there is a preponderance of males, 4 males for 1 female. This is not changing. There is no evidence that it has been decreasing in recent years. And there are a few adult studies now which are emerging. A recent US study published a few weeks ago shows that a rate of 1.5% in an adult population in 2019 in the US. So it's kind of catching up with the child studies. The prevalence is typically higher in developed countries for reasons which are obvious, which are the services are more developed in these countries, and then surveys capture the disease in the population more effectively in these countries. This is just a map. You can look at it's a geographical representation of where the studies have been done. I think what I want to draw your attention, there are still areas in the world where there has been no study. So we don't have information. This is particularly the case of Africa. There has been a few attempts in recent years, but not very successful. Central Asia as well is an area where there has been no data for a number of years. And South America, there are attempts ongoing now in Chile and Brazil, but it's a bit behind. But other than that, the many countries have now undertaken surveys of autism to get some information. I want to draw your attention on this map, which is, you can access it on the website. You will have the slides, so it's going to be easy, and it's a map that we update constantly. It's a Simons Foundation which maintains that map, and you can click on each of the study or each of the survey to know the prevalence it was, which country, which were aspects of the design of this study. So that's a kind of a resource to use. So the question with this increase in the prevalence is there an epidemic of autism, in the sense that like an epidemic of flu or something like COVID. The fact that the prevalence is increasing cannot be translated easily into the concept of an epidemic. Prevalence reflects different factors, and doesn't mean that there is an epidemic per se. And many people have looked at why is the prevalence increasing, and there is strong evidence that there are factors which have nothing to do with a change in the incidence in the population. One factor is the fact that obviously we have changed the definitions. We have enlarged the concepts of autism. In the 1960s and 70s, what was counted as cases in surveys were very severe forms of autism. Over time, we have broadened the concepts. recognize and diagnose autism in children with normal language and cognitive abilities. So that has been a clear effect, and there is direct evidence that changing the diagnostic algorithm and the definition of the DSM over time has contributed to this rise in prevalence. The next thing on the right, you see, is called diagnostic substitution, is that as we were more aware of the various presentations of autism across different clinical presentation, there has been a phenomenon by which former diagnoses were no longer used, but then were switched or swapped for an autism diagnosis. In particular, some children, like this is a direct study in California showing that some children were diagnosed before with mental retardation or intellectual disability have been now changed. Their diagnosis was changed with the new conceptualization of autism to a diagnosis of autism. And that happened in particular in the 1990s, where change in the law and access to services and early intervention meant that having a diagnosis of autism was actually a gateway to access services, whereas in the past, it made no difference. So that diagnostic substitution has been clearly one factor which has played a role. There has been obviously improved services and policies. In the US, for instance, in 1990, there was a big change in the Act for people with individual disabilities, which led to a surge in the school system of children recognized with an autism eligibility category. And there has been generally improved awareness. So there are a number of organizations which have been very good at advocacy over the years. Autism Speaks, for instance, has been very influential worldwide in terms of developing awareness for autism. So all these factors have played a role and could in themselves account for all the rise of autism. I mean, it's hard to estimate, but it's possible. We cannot say that there is no increased incidence in addition to these factors. We just don't know that, but it has been very difficult to differentiate these factors, which are methodological issues, which explain a lot of the increase in the prevalence, from a true increase or change in the incidence that might occur, but we don't have solid evidence of that for now. But it remains to be studied. Yeah, okay, all right, okay. So I'll skip my section on etiology. I just finished that. So some countries have developed, because there was concerns about the rise in prevalence, some countries have developed surveillance programs. The US has one of them, which is the CDC, which monitors every 2 years. They do a survey of the population age 8, and you can see the rise in prevalence has been very, very steady and constant. The last estimate is 2.8%. These are interesting studies because the methodology is maintained constant from survey to survey, allowing to interpret the trends to some extent, but the studies, the children are not seen. There is no individual diagnostic confirmation, so it's based on record reviews. And so there are some issues with the methodology we employed here. And then just I want to finish that rapidly, if I may. There are a number of studies done in the world based on what we know. There are still countries in the world where there is no awareness and very little recognition of autism and a lot of stigma associated with autism. So that needs to be tackled. From what we know, all the countries which have been looking at autism, we found autism everywhere, and there is no evidence that there is a lot of autism in some countries or very little autism in others when you look for it. And then in terms of the clinical presentation and its variations across countries or across cultural contexts, there is not much of evidence variability in the expression of the phenotype based on cultural differences. A few things need to be adjusted in our tools or instruments, but we don't have much evidence of that. So I'll stop here. So these are my issues in terms of epidemiology, where we should go. In particular, I think for many countries, the issue is, should they do epidemiological survey? Should they develop surveillance monitoring program of their population, as in the US, Canada has been trying to do that. Europe has been a bit trying to do that. But other than that, there is no monitoring system in place which would be reliable. And the rest I can skip. So I'll skip the etiology part and leave.
Without these. We'll be up in a second. There you go. I go through here. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon or good morning. Thank you for inviting me to come here to share this time with you. I really appreciate the invitation, Professor 𝒂𝒏, Professor Leventhal, and I really appreciate your presence. And we have a limited time of 15 minutes to present this. So I like to seduce you about treatment of autism in 15 minutes. But you must study afterwards, okay? You have heard that there is a great variety of people with autism. It's harmony, not the same group. Everybody, we have very different people with different skills, with different goals, with different things. And they change. They change with time. And they change in the environment. So it's a very mobile kind of situation. So don't believe that there is one single treatment that will work for all, because there is diversity, change, and they go with age. In general, there is an advancement. As time goes by, people get better if they are in the right place, probably. And we know that a few of them, 14%, lose criteria with age. The advances then are there, but are not equal. Not everybody advances the same. Those that have more skills and are in a better place improve better, too much better. But the majority of them do not have access to specialists in adulthood in the whole world. Majority of persons with autism in the world are not supported. So that has to be accepted. Majority requires some support during lifespan. But having symptoms does not mean that you have a worse quality of life. Quality of life and symptomatology are different things, and we are responsible to improve the life and the quality of life. And please remember that this group of citizens have a shorter life expectancy. They die before we die. And that's not fair, because they have, when they are younger, especially those with intensive support, they die mainly from epilepsy. In the middle age, they die from the same conditions that we all have. Heart conditions, obesity, lack of exercise, you name it. But they don't go to doctors. Nobody takes care of them. And they are not cared. And then in the old age, middle age, older, those that are intelligent, that are in the top level, have a high rate of suicide. So they kill themselves for the life that we are offered them bad. So the reason then is poor health care. Not autism doesn't kill. It's the bad health care that kills. And well, we have a paper there that we made international, how to support, how to eliminate barriers to health. You can read that in internet, and I think it's very informative, and it should be mandatory. So, now, to have symptoms that we cannot change, that we cannot cure, we all cure autism now. That's forbidden. It's care autism now. In other words, we may reduce the symptomatology, but we can decrease the impairment. As Professor von Bohm said, there are the two things,
symptoms and impairment. And with education, social resources, environmental adaptation, and empowerment, we are taking care of the impairment. It will be good if we could track pathology, but don't think that we cannot do anything. We can do a lot of things. Let me tell you about this 𝒔𝐴𝒄, European Society of Child and Psychiatry, practice guidance for autism that I had the fortune of leading. And let me tell you, it's the first time in history of the 𝒔𝐴𝒄 that a guidance practice has been approved. But that's historical, because you have to agree with the board of 32 European countries. And now the families of these countries can go to us, can come to us and tell us, you have a guideline that tells you this and this and this. So please, give it to me. And could say that to the politicians as well. So it's very important to have that. Now, this guideline has been translated into Spanish, French, Italian, very soon in German. You can access them. You go to Autism Europe webpage and please read it carefully. It's free and you access the guideline in these languages. Okay, you got the picture. Now, in general, there are many aspects that are covered there. I can refer you to a couple of them. Focus on the strengths, not only focus on the limitations. I think it's very important to do that. We try to do in our lives what we are good at doing, not what we are not good at doing. So it goes the same with them. Consider each individual unique. Indeed, they are very, very different. Each family is unique. Identify soon and make a community that is autism friendly. One important point, support does not depend on the number of sessions. Many people say, family says, oh, I have 2 hours of speech therapy, or I have for my son 3 hours of occupational therapy, or whatever. Well, it's not time, it's who does it. And they think you have to intervene in natural context. And the support must be provided by those who play the match. And this is the family, not the specialist. We, the specialists, are the coach. And our responsibility is to teach them how to implement those measures in that child. But we do not substitute, because we are not there. If you take into account the number of hours child in a year, the child is sleeping around 50% of the hours here. In the school, 10% of the time of the year. And with the parents and the community, 40%. So where are you going to invest your knowledge? The 10% or in the 40%? So I think it's very important. The school is important, yes, but just 10%. Okay? And even in Italy, it's 10%, 900 hours. A few more that in Spain. So one system does not fit all. In the reference there, in the guideline, you'll find all these differences. All of them are very famous, and you can take from one and use the other and part of the other, but there is no system that fits all of them. In general, they try to build competencies, minimize barriers, and optimize environment. Make an everyday optimized environment with sensorial adaptation, inform, friendly, minimize problems. With the problems, the same as with anxiety. We could use medication, but functional therapy, from positive therapy, is much, much better and longer term. Build competencies. In other words, don't talk so much about the different models, different programs, and move the support-based service they provide to the needs support based on the people. Very easy, but very complicated as well. So the question that we have asked ourselves in a project in Europe is, What do they want from us? We have to ask them. And this is what they have told us. 1,000 people in the UK told us this. They were not saying about curing autism. They were saying, what about our eating disorders, suicide prevention, our mental health as children and as adults, reasonable adjustments, health checks, epilepsy, other conditions, current conditions, access to adult diagnosis process, support for adults, diagnosing autism women and girls, employment, sensory needs, things that are practical. In other words, they don't want to do us crazy things. They want us to do research on what is important for them, very practical. And I think it's a good idea. In terms of medication, we do not have medication for autism. We have just risperidone, aripiprazole, and Xenito, prone-release melatonin, and sulfurize. But you will be surprised to know that in Europe, the EMA, European Medical Agency, authorizes haloperidol treat. And this is a no-no. Don't ever give haloperidol. But still, for unknown reasons, is there. Okay? But we do have effective medication for co-occurring disorders. And these people have a lot of co-occurring disorders. Unfortunately, we have to be careful because we use off-label the medication. Non-study. All the studies reject people for the study. So we don't have practice on that, but we treat them. And let me tell you, to finalize, what I think the future will be. Where are we going towards? With great hope, but we'll see. No medication, but we want to translate diversity into precision medicine. We have talked about precision medicine this morning. And here is a project that we started where we're trying to forget about the clinical aspect and pay attention to the individual biosignature of the person, of each person, using all kinds of technologies, all kinds of lab tests, artificial intelligence, supercomputers, line cells, you name it, everything. So towards a personalized treatment. Our hope is that in old days, 30 years ago, ladies that had a carcinoma, breast carcinoma, died, the majority of them. Now they have precise medicine. They have the biopsy, they have the genetic test, they have the lab test, and they say, you take this, you do that. 85% cure now. So this is the end. The end is to try to help them feel happier, healthier, and longer lives. That's the goal. So the take-home message, novelties for the community, increase the awareness of the new notion of autism. Novelties for your practice, empower the individual. We don't know what worked for whom. Help them. And what other novelties you want? Please try to develop your local, regional, national autism strategy. Many countries are doing that. So we do that. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Merci.
We're probably going to need to move on, but our wonderful colleagues are going to be with us for the rest of the week, and there certainly will be plenty of opportunities to ask them any questions that you currently have. And perhaps we can ask Dr. 𝒏𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍 to join us. Okay. I think he is. Here he comes.
Oh, we gotta get it to start. Got a problem with it. There we go. I got it. You can do it with that or where the here's this button right here. This one.
Good morning. Thank you for this invitation and for your kind attention. To make a better use of time, I'm going to read. So this is the title of my talk, Current Research on Personality. And I think that may be of some help for extending our thought these days. Comprehensive theory of individual functioning is needed to enable societies to capitalize upon their citizen psychological resources. The more these resources are crucial for their prosperity. As a matter of fact, there is a growing demand for psychological knowledge. No one can elude the notion of personality in everyday discourse, as one cannot avoid conceptual network of interrelated notions to organize knowledge, impressions, and conjectures about one's own and others' personality, dialogue with oneself, and to interact with others. But to a certain extent, one may say that everyone is a psychology, although a naive psychologist of personality. Research in personality is crucial to integrate knowledge from the different domains of inquiry aimed to account for the development of individuals and societies, and to cast bridges between psychology and other sciences. I have been teaching at the Faculty of Medicine and Psychology in Rome, and I've always been very much surprised about the little knowledge or the little attention to psychology in medical school. I think that as psychologists should take more into account the progress of medicine, medical doctors, in particular there for education, should not avoid the progress that have accumulated in recent years in psychology, in particular to deliver better care, establish better relationships with their patients, as well as to have a better life themselves. Personality concern is a dynamic system of psychological structures and processes. And I apologize if I'm using a kind of technical term, but I imagine that everybody can follow me. To account for what is the instincts of humans as reasoning, responsible, and moral agents. I like it very much. Talk of Sertorius, introductory talk of Dr. Sertorius, reminding the importance of morality and the spatial property of human beings as moral agents. That account also for the qualities that distinguish individuals from one another, and for the sense of unity continuity, and coherence stays at the core of individual identity. Today, this occurs under the assumption that one may derive from previous research in psychology and from findings of other biological and social sciences that say that the genetic endowment and brain systems equip humans with a vast psychological potential, whose actualization is open to multiple outcomes. Mind is an emergent property of the brain whose functioning rests upon the co-evolution and co-action of biology and culture. Social interactions lay the foundations for turning potentials into capacities that enable humans to contribute to their own development. Among the various approaches to the study of personality, trait and social cognitive theories have exerted a major influence over the last decade, leading to focus on different features and promoting manifold causes of inquiry. Trait psychologists have viewed personality as the architecture of tendencies to exhibit particular behaviors across a variety of situations in a consistent manner. This tendency, commonly named traits, allow to recognize and distinguish individuals one from another. Social cognitive psychology, instead, have viewed personality as the self-regulating system, socially situated, that results from the concertation of affective, cognitive, and behavioral subsystems, and from their interactions with the environments. Trait theory and social cognitive theories have been often viewed as concurrent and even rival theories, each subsuming a large variety of research programs. Along the tradition of trait psychology, research programs have focused on surface characteristics that are most likely to influence the impressions and evaluations one may draw from the ways individuals present themselves and behave. As people exhibit consistent, stable patterns of experience and action that distinguish them from one another, traits have been viewed as enduring combinations of feelings, thoughts, and actions that account for these tendencies. Originally, the concept of trait has been popular, point to pattern of behavioral tendencies that allow to describe one's own and other personality, and that are commonly associated to a variety of relevant social outcomes. Later, it has become evident that one can enlist manifold individual characteristics that show the stability of traits that can serve either to distinguish and to make predictions about individual behavior. It was also found that most of traits which people refer to present themselves and to describe others' personality can be traced to few basic and broad traits, each of one summarizes a cluster of individual qualities that one can detect a surface layer of behavior. This led to view human beings as naturally predisposed to establish stable pattern of affect, cognition, and action that equip humans to manage the basic requirements of existence, and that under the influence of socialization, individual experiences may turn into all a variety of interconnected behavioral tendencies. Along this reasoning, the five-factor model has represented a major progress among trait theories by providing a common framework for organizing major individual differences in behavioral tendencies and for bringing together two prestigious traditions of research in personality, the lexicographic and the factorial tradition. Both the analysis of natural languages and of words that people commonly use to describe and distinguish themselves and other individuals, as well as of questionnaires designed by psychologists for assessing personality differences at the level of surface behavior, converged first in identifying the same five factors across different cultures, and then in positing five broad traits at the basis of the whole personality architecture. Actually, an impressive body of research has accumulated in the last 4 decades, leading to accord to a limited number of basic traits the property of biologically based potentials predisposing to experience in various domains of functioning. Despite some divergences among various authors regarding the name be given to various traits across cultural contexts, a substantial agreement has been achieved on extraversion or energy, agreeableness, conscientiousness, neuroticism, openness to experience, or intellect. It resulted soon evident that the Big Five does not provide a sufficiently fine-grained description of personality, since more than 5 dimensions are needed to capture the multifaceted features of individuality and the complex interactions among multiple combinations of traits that give rise to the uniqueness of individual personality. Yet, one can doubt about the merits of the five-factor model, since it provided a valuable compass to map into a common framework a large variety of behavioral tendencies and useful tools for assessing and making predictions about individual performance and choices in manifold contexts, including education, health, work, economics, and politics. So I think that many of you have heard about Cambridge Analytica as regards politics. Many of you probably know the use that have been done in mental health for what concerns the Big Five, as emotional stability is mostly been associated to all a variety of psychiatric disturbances, where lack of agreeableness and lack of emotional stability together have been often associated to a variety of behavior and personality disorders. Behavioral tendencies, surface level, as the ones commonly traced to the five, however, disclose mostly the side of personality that captures the attention of the bystander, letting largely unattended what stays before and in the behind. To address these issues requires a view of personality capable to address the processes and mechanisms from which consistency, directionality, and the sense of one's own individuality derive. To this aim, social cognitive theories have addressed personality as the enduring organization of mental structures and processes that regulate affect, cognition, motivation, and action, and that account for the individual's personal identity and agency. Research programs have focused on the organization of affect and conditions conducive to beliefs and expectations that guide individuals' behavior from within, and ultimately to view a personality as a system, self-regulating system, that interacts with the environment in conformity with personal criteria and goals. So, social cognitive theory focuses on how individuals assign meanings to the circumstances they encounter, monitor their feelings, dialogue with themselves, and regulate their actions and efforts in accordance with personal standards and goals. This led to acknowledge the reciprocity of person-situation exchanges as they develop over time and through the course of life, and to highlight the influence that social environments exert in setting the conditions for the constructions and functioning of personality, paying special attention to the cognitive and affective processes and structures that emerge and develop over time to enable individuals to make sense of their experience as active agents that construe, select, and change the environment in which they live. Interactions with the social world lay the foundation for turning genetic potentials into organizing properties and capacities that enable people to negotiate actively with the environment, to exert a broad influence on their own body and on the external world, to extend their control over their experience. As a matter of fact, human beings are purposing agents that make things happen through their actions, strive for goals that they value and pursue in accordance with personal standards, respond for the quality and for the cause of their life. Among cognitive structures that attest to mental processes capable of conferring unity, continuity, and directness to individuals' action, and that attest the power of human agency, no one has proved to exert a more pervasive influence over thought, motivation, and action than people's perceived self-efficacy. Namely, people believes that they have the capacity to cope effectively with life challenges and to face demanding situations. Self-efficacy beliefs, that is mostly we are indebted with the work of Bandura about this notion, regard one's own capability to organize and execute the courses of action required to produce given attempts, as well as beliefs in one's own capability to manage one's own feelings, thought, and relations, to maximize one's achievement and well-being. People undertake activities to the extent they feel able to achieve desired results. People who doubt about their efficacy for performance tend to avoid challenges, withdraw when confronted with difficulties, and experience debilitating anxiety when faced with setbacks. Originally, self-efficacy beliefs have been investigated in association with particular situations, particular tasks, particular challenges. One person can feel efficacious at school for mathematics, but not so much in humanities, or in physics, or in other subjects. People that feel good enough feel capable in sport, not necessarily feel equally capable at school or in their relationship with their mates, and so on. In any case, over time, we come working together with Albandura to extend the latitude of self-efficacy beliefs, leading to a model that we have tested across several situations, on several populations, at several stage development, showing that to the extent that people feel able to manage their emotions, this influence the extent to which they feel capable to manage their relationships in different contexts, within the family, at work, at school, peers, so on. And in concert, efficacy beliefs related to the management of emotions of positive and negative affectivity and interpersonal social relation affect significantly performance and well-being. Also, we discovered that there is not a general emotional intelligence. The capacity to manage negative affect is also widely correlated with the capacity to express positive emotion. The capacity to deal fear only is correlated, but it's not the same thing, that the capacity to manage sadness, manage disgust. So each of these dimensions, each of these beliefs require to focus on how the person is effectively capable to regulate his own life. And of course, we move from assessment to intervention. It's extremely important to see what has to be done in order to reinforce, in order to inoculate, in order to justify the efficacy beliefs that lead people to manage their life in a better way. How much we have? Just a few minutes. So I don't go on with this one. What is important to see is that a comprehensive view of personality requires to go beyond traditional rivalry and to address and account for and analyze, examine, and explain behavioral tendencies that have been grown under the names of traits, evaluative tendencies and beliefs about oneself and the life, and motives and values that account for individuals' life strivings and achievements. My experience, what resulted particularly interesting is to see how the traditional traits can be linked with social cognitive theory and to build models that allow us not only to assess and not only to predict, but also as far as possible, allow us the possibility to intervene to enable people to exert a better control of their life. That means to reinforce the capacity of self-regulation. That means capacity to accord their goals with their capacities. And that requires to focus on capacities, properties of the human mind that are typical of the human mind. This is to focus in particular, and I go quickly, in any case, I will let the complete presentation is also a narrative, so the people who want to know more can have everything. What is important is to work and to focus on self-awareness, self-reflection, self-determination, self-activity, and self-regulation. This is I imagine most of you are not psychologists, most of you are interested and engaged in dealing with mental disease, people bringing mental problem. The issue is deficit level of self-awareness, deficit at level of self-reflection, of self-determination, carry different kind of impairment. As a psychologist, we should understand how each of these capacities operate in concert with the other, and what is the unique contribution of each of them to specific outcome that can be positive. The very last thing that I would like to stress in this talk, don't forget the moral dimension. Humans are agents that commit themselves to social obligations and righteous causes that they deliberately choose under the guide of values that operate as principles to which they conform their life. The more represent moral ideals that people have appropriated as irremissible components of the self, the more they operate as imperatives that they can't elude unless losing their self-respect. This may help us to understand better our role as physician, as professional, but also help us to understand what can be our role as a scientist in front of the problem and the adversities that we are facing in these days, coming to the talk of Jerry G. McNamara in the afternoon. Thank you.
Set up for the next presentation, which will be quite short. I'd just like to thank our colleague for joining us, and there's probably time for a question or two. Any thoughts about personality that you'd like to raise with our colleague who's a world expert? Well, thank you very much. And are you going to be here for the lunch? And yes. Yes. So I think if you want to track him down and ask some questions, but I'm not sure he's going to be doing any evaluations of each of your personalities, but I'm sure he would be willing to do that if you need. So how do I get this started? Oh, there it is. Great. So thank you all for being here this morning and this afternoon. And hopefully we'll be ending right about on time at 1300 or 1 p.m. as we say in the United States. And I'll be talking a bit about well-being and child development. And I'll be telling you some personal stories about the journey that we've been on. I'll also be encouraging you to join us at the Holy See later this afternoon, where I actually have another opportunity to give a presentation, and that will actually focus more on some of the ongoing work that we're involved in doing that really can make a difference in terms of trying to build a more peaceful world. So this is a slide I frequently show, but and this is a wonderful example here in this group, is that we truly are a interconnected group of people, and no one person is really achieve anything. It's only when we work together that we're actually able to, and interestingly, people have actually done very careful studies, and that social network image actually comes from an article where they actually looked at the interactions within a large community in terms of who was interacting with whom and in what sets. And as you can see, there are also these clusters. But as all of you know, as clinicians and perhaps people who've learned about science, no one neuron does anything by itself. Only when it's interconnected with the other circuits, and we actually heard about this. I guess it makes me think. Go back to the presentation, which was really quite extraordinary in terms of going through all of the details with regard to the way in which these formations occur. And interestingly, to the degree that we have any knowledge of dark matter and dark energy, the simulations that have been done actually show this interconnected world that exists in the entire cosmos. Well, I'm not sure on that. Don't I just click on it? Oh, great. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. So as you know, the meeting this afternoon is going to be taking place at the Holy See, and I'll be talking about peace and well-being, and just a quote from the Pope Francis: "May all people here find inspiration and strength to build a future of reconciliation, justice, and peace for all children." Here are a few other perspectives from people that I'm sure you're well familiar with. We are to teach real peace in this world, and if we are to carry on a real war against war, we have to begin with the children. And Nelson Mandela had this to say: "There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." And I think if we go back to some of the things that Judy was telling us about in terms of just how important early development is in terms of the formation of who that child is and can become, and what the importance is of the environment that they're in, this is very consistent with that perspective. So I'm going to be featuring on issues having to do with nurturing care, and the components of nurturing care include responsive caregiving, having a safe and secure setting, and of course that brings to mind the sad realities in so many parts of the world. And we will be hearing from our colleagues in Israel and Palestine later on this afternoon, although it will be in a question and answer period with regard to some of the things that are realities that are currently taking place in the Middle East. But the other elements include opportunities for early learning, and that comes back to what Judy was telling us about, how that can make a real difference. And of course, good physical health, and of course, many of the children these days in some of these unfortunate parts of the world really don't have adequate nutrition. And that's, I think one could only say, a tragedy. And then we can move on to the next slide, which is just a advertisement for one of the books that we put together. And interestingly, this has to do with the Ernst Strugman Forum that took place in Germany, and I think there were at least maybe close to 30 experts that were joining us to have the discussions about this in terms of both the basic science, but also the various clinical studies that had been done, as well as various other aspects of research. And Catherine Panter-Brick and Rima Sala were the other editors of this book, and really it was inspired in large part by our Turkish colleagues. And maybe I can just show this picture here, because one of the people that's there is still leading the way. There we go. So this young lady here is Turkish, and 𝐿a 𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒈, and these other two ladies are also based in Turkey. This is 𝐿a. Another person really very important is 𝒏𝒐𝒏𝒕𝒆, and one of the other people I may mention very briefly is the work that currently is being done. I need to use the microphone. Sorry about that. So Siobhan Fitzpatrick is another extraordinary person that I'll be mentioning a few things about. But we had the opportunity in September of 2013 to meet at UNICEF headquarters in New York City, and that's really where we began this initiative in terms of the Early Childhood Peace Consortium. And the goal of the Early Childhood Peace Consortium is to create a legacy of sustained peace, drawing on the transformative power of early child development. And the global community must address the root causes of violence and conflict so that children and families can be agents of change, peace. And it was established a research network of committed scholars, practitioners, government and non-governmental organizations, and other committed stakeholders to expand the existing scientific knowledge base. And the goal is to explore and document the importance of early child development and peace building and social cohesion. And I'll just fairly briefly mention one of the, so these are the various areas of the world where we're currently involved in doing projects, or we have projects that have been done. I'll mention a little bit about one of the projects in Lebanon that we're working on, but there's an ongoing project currently in Brazil and also in Saudi Arabia. The other nations are ones that the other individuals who are actively involved in the Early Childhood Peace Consortium are actively doing at this moment in time. But the ones that I'm the most familiar with are the ones in Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil. So the goal of the work that we were doing in Lebanon was to actually bring together individuals who were at a disadvantaged status in terms of their being actually Palestinian refugees within that community, and to work with them in different regions of Beirut to actually work with the parents and engage the parents, and particularly the mothers and their partners, in terms of an intervention that potentially would enhance the development of their children. And we did a number of both studies that were both quantitative and qualitative, and I'm just going to mention some of the results very briefly. So interestingly, there probably are more these days, but 470,000 registered Palestinian refugees living in 12 research and refugee camps. And interestingly, also a huge number of Syrian refugees as well that were based in Lebanon. But of course, things are constantly changing in that part of the world. And, you know, it's a tragic situation at the moment, and we need to do whatever we can to really move forward in a positive direction. So we conducted a randomized clinical trial to examine the impact, and there were 53 dyads that were randomly assigned to receive the intervention, and the 52 that did not. And those that did not did receive the intervention after we had had an opportunity to follow the families for a significant period of time. And the revised group-based interventions are now being delivered in Brazil, thanks to the Gates Foundation. And there's a revised MOCHIP intervention that's also being implemented in Saudi Arabia. Both of these have been complicated by the COVID-19 pandemic, but we're still waiting to see what the long-term outcomes are. So I'm just going to say that these are the various projects that we're working on, and we have a wonderful team of people from around the world, and they include individuals that I had mentioned before, including a team in Ireland, and I'll just very briefly some of the work that they've done, but also it's been a wonderful team of individuals that we've been working with. This fellow, Alishar, is actually based in Palestine, and somebody that we're currently actively engaged in some of the work that we're doing, and there's likely going to be an event probably later this summer in Jordan, given the fact that it's going to be difficult for us to join the group in Palestine. So this is a recent project and paper that I prepared along with my colleagues, Love and Peace Across Generations, Biobehavioral Systems and Global Partnerships. So I also covered some things about the biology of what's going on when we try to build a more peaceful world. And of course, this comes back to things like the Sustainable Development Goals and peace, justice, and strong institutions is one of the 17 goals that are there, but you could make a case for a good number of these actually being something that is being supported by interventions like this one. So the policy recommendations that we have include providing multiple quality multi-sectorial evidence-based packages in terms of providing nurturing care that can be delivered through pre-existing sectorial programs, and we've been hearing about a number of the opportunities that are out there in terms of working together with our colleagues. And thus far, the strongest long-term effect has been the result of from quality programs that target the most vulnerable children and that are integrated with existing multi-sectorial programs. And I'm not going to go through each of the various SDGs, but what we would hope for would be universal access to early childhood services that reach the most vulnerable and excluded children of both, that include both boys and girls as well as all genders, and also providing context-specific and conflict-sensitive interventions that address the needs of the regions and the families involved, and provide a comprehensive family and caregiver support to the degree that we can. And certainly intergroup services that unite parents from different social, cultural, and ethnic backgrounds is something that's very important. And later on this afternoon, when I'm speaking at the Holy See, I'll actually be highlighting some of the work that's been done in Israel, and I see Shafiq Masala is still with us, and he's going to be offering a few comments. But basically bringing together Israeli and Palestinian professionals and actually training the trainers is one of the things that they're actively involved in doing. And of course, the national implementation of frameworks that guide scaling up of an assessment of ECD programs and effectiveness is critically important, as is the accountability systems that track the financial investments associated with these services. So we've also been very actively involved in trying to influence social policy, and by doing that, we actually have come up with these documents that we've circulated when we've actually had an opportunity to meet with individuals at the United Nations and other international settings. But we have a very strong connection with UNICEF, and that's been a wonderful opportunity for us. But we do need to take action to make our world a better place for our children and for future generations, and the next steps must include a commitment to refine, adapt, and implement in a sustainable fashion ECD programs of proven value across the globe. So I think with that, I'm just going to encourage you again to join us this afternoon at the Holy See and the Italian Embassy there, and we'll be hearing more from our colleagues in Israel and Palestine, and we'll also be asking Bennett to say a word or two about the work that's been ongoing in Ukraine, which is really quite remarkable, and he's been taking a major leadership role in that effort, as has Professor Kaufo. So thank you.
Well, I know it's been a long morning, and I'm sure all of you are tired. I hope lunch will reinvigorate you. First of all, I want to thank all of our speakers today. It was a challenge for each of them to squeeze together their presentations, and each did it beautifully. So I think we should just give them one more round of applause and thank them. Remarkable experience. I'm glad we were able to share it. All right, for the faculty, for everybody, we can go have lunch. After lunch, the faculty will meet at 2 o'clock in the lobby of the hotel or on the front of the hotel somewhere, and we will depart for our afternoon. For the trainees, you are free to go. We expect to see you, we expect to see you at the Italian Embassy for the Holy See. You have the address. There'll be little cocktails and then the presentation and then some food. So at least when I was in your position, free food always seemed like a good idea. So I hope you'll enjoy that, and we'll see you there what I'm sure is going to be an extraordinarily interesting presentation. So have a good afternoon, everybody, and we will see you at 6 o'clock. And tomorrow morning, we start at 8. Great. Have a nice day.